The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. "Another sleepless night," he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. The old clock in the hallway hadn't worked in years, but that night, it struck midnight with a sound eerily clear. Mara sat on the stairwell, clutching a faded journal she found in the attic earlier that day. Suddenly, a soft whisper curled through the air, barely louder than the tick of a second hand. "Time is waiting." Her eyes darted to the clock, its hands moving backward slowly, as if unraveling time itself. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of voices telling stories from decades past. Mara opened the journal, noticing new words appearing on the page. Tales of those who lived in the house, long gone. "They're trapped," the whispers said, lost between moments, waiting to be remembered. Compelled, Mara read aloud, and with every word spoken, the voices brightened, their stories flowing like winds through the room. Shadows danced on the walls, shaped like cheerful ancestors, smiling in gratitude. The clock hands spun faster, then stopped abruptly at 12:01, and silence returned. Mara closed the journal, feeling a warmth spread through the house, as if the past had finally been set free. The next morning, the clock sat still, its magic spent, but the air held a lightness Mara hadn't noticed before. Neighbors stopped by to share forgotten memories and photographs, drawn by an invisible invitation. "You've brought them peace," an elderly neighbor whispered warmly. Mara realized the journal was not just a book, but a bridge between times, waiting for the right voice to awaken it. From that day on, the house was alive with stories, laughter, and the gentle ticking of a clock that now told time true and steady. Mara smiled, understanding the past wasn't lost, merely waiting to be heard again. The whispers had faded, but their echo remained, lingering softly like a cherished secret. And sometimes, just as the clock strikes midnight, Mara swears she hears a thankful murmur, a gentle nudge reminding her that stories never truly end. With one last glance at the silent clock, Mara whispered back, "Thank you for sharing your time with me." Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, But then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. The static on the radio crackled louder than usual, slicing through the midnight silence. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial, searching desperately for a clear frequency. "Come in, Delta 7, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the interference. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, distorted but unmistakable. "Code broken, seek the shadow before it's too late." The line went dead. She stared at the radio, heart pounding, breath ragged. Outside, the city slept, unaware of the storm creeping closer beneath its quiet surface. Mara grabbed her coat and slipped into the night, following the whisper of the message. She moved quickly down deserted streets, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Around the corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness and approached silently. "You shouldn't be here," the figure warned, voice low and urgent. Mara squared her shoulders. "I need to stop what's coming. Help me." The figure hesitated, then handed her a small, encrypted device. "This holds the key. Find the truth before they shut it down for good." With no time to waste, Mara felt a surge of determination. Every step brought her closer to unraveling the mystery buried under layers of lies. She reached the hidden control room, lights flickering ominously as she entered. Connecting the device, the screens lit up with invaluable data just as alarms blared. "Got it," she muttered. "Now to escape before they find me." Bursting into the cold night air, Mara vanished into the shadows, clutching the last hope for truth. The rain slashed against the cracked neon sign outside Jack's office, casting flickering shadows on the damp pavement. Inside, Jack Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his face as he scanned the case file he'd been nursing all week. A sudden knock at the door broke the silence. Before he could answer, she slipped in, her heels clicking with purpose. Her name was Evelyn, a dame with secrets buried deep beneath those emerald eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling like delicate glass ready to shatter. Jack studied her, noting the fear that clung to her like a second skin, and the hint of urgency in her plea. She told him about a missing ledger, a document that could topple powerful men and ruin lives. No one else would touch it, but Jack was no stranger to diving into the murky depths where shadows breathed. He agreed, the flicker of former pride lighting his gaze. This was the game he once played, now reluctantly called back. The city at night was a maze of whispers, and every alleyway held a watchful eye. Jack traced the ledger's trail from smoky jazz bars to empty warehouses where danger waited in silence. A brush with a hired gun left Jack nursing wounds, but more determined than ever to see this through. Evelyn reappeared, her facade cracking to reveal a woman cornered by past mistakes and hard choices. Together they plotted their next move, understanding that trust was a currency neither had enough of. The climax came in an abandoned dock, where shadows lengthened and gunfire shattered the night's stillness. Jack moved like a ghost, every step calculated, every breath controlled as he faced those who wanted the ledger, and Evelyn silenced. In the aftermath, the ledger was recovered, its contents exposing the truth beneath layers of lies and corruption. Evelyn vanished as mysteriously as she came, leaving Jack with a silent promise and an empty whiskey glass. Jack stood by the rain-soaked window, smoke spiraling upwards, contemplating the city's endless cycle of deceit and survival. "Another night, another secret," he murmured, extinguishing his cigarette and slipping back into the shadows of Marlowe Street. Elara awakens just before dawn in her quiet village, clutching her silver pendant nervously as a strange, swirling mist snakes along the valley below. The air feels heavy, almost charged, and the usual morning stillness carries an unsettling edge. Stepping outside, she joins villagers busily preparing for the annual harvest festival. Yet whispers ripple through the crowd, their voices laced with unease about the mist's ominous arrival and what it might portend for the season ahead. Suddenly, Kale appears among the villagers, his dark, curly hair tousled from travel. Beneath his rolled sleeve, the mysterious tattoo on his wrist glows faintly, drawing curious and wary glances from those nearby. Alara approaches Kale, her piercing green eyes locked onto the glowing mark. She demands answers, suspecting he knows far more about the mist and its dangers than he admits. At the village's edge, a figure emerges, the veiled seer, cloaked in shimmering azure robes. Her face remains partially hidden as she glances toward the mist before vanishing silently back into its swirling depths. Fear takes root as villagers begin falling ill without explanation. One collapses amidst the bustling marketplace, sparking panic and confusion. The mist seems to thicken around those affected, as if feeding on their plight. Alara clutches her silver pendant, which tingles against her palm. A faint connection stirs inside her, linking the pendant's energy to both the spreading illness and the encroaching mist enveloping the village. Kale confesses he journeyed to seek the veiled seer, hoping to understand the mist's true nature. Yet he hesitates, unwilling to reveal the full scope of what he learned, casting doubt on his trustworthiness. Night descends with unsettling sounds, whispers and shifting shadows that crawl alongside the thickening mist, wrapping the village in ghostly veils. The air chills, and unseen eyes seem to watch from within the haze. Resolved and unyielding, Alara decides she must venture into the mist alone to find the veiled seer and unlock the secrets hidden beneath the veil. Her heart pounds with determination as she prepares for the unknown. While packing, Alara notices Kale watching silently from the doorway. His expression unreadable, yet the glow of his tattoo suggests he contemplates following her into the perilous mist. A mysterious symbol glows faintly on Alara's silver pendant, pulsing in time with the swirling mist outside their homes. The rhythm feels alive, as if the mist itself breathes beside them, warning and beckoning. The village elder confronts Alara, issuing grave warnings about the dire consequences if they tamper with the veil. But the growing menace and urgency leave little room for caution or hesitation. As dawn breaks, Alara silently slips away from the village, stepping boldly into the swirling, hallowed mist. The world around her shifts as the mist envelopes her, the familiar colors of her clothing deepening in tone with resolve. Kale follows her trail, his tattoo on his wrist glowing brighter as he approaches the mist-cloaked forest. The glow intensifies with each step, signaling the rising presence of supernatural energy. Within the mist, Alara is engulfed by shifting shadows that whisper cryptic warnings and riddles. The eerie voices toy with her mind, testing her courage and determination at every turn. Her silver pendant begins to glow softly, illuminating hidden paths and spectral images of past travelers caught within the mist's eternal grasp. These visions offer clues, but also deepen the enigma surrounding the veiled seer. Meanwhile, Kale confronts illusions crafted to undermine his resolve. As darkness presses in, his tattoo pulses rhythmically, forming an unseen protective barrier against the encroaching shadows. They reunite briefly amidst the swirling haze, sharing fragmented clues about the veiled seer's intentions and the mist's formidable power. Yet mistrust lingers, their clothing hues subtly shifting as uncertainty colors their alliance. Suddenly, the mist warps violently, separating Alara and Kale and plunging each into personal trials. The swirling veil becomes an imprisoning labyrinth, testing their resolve and deepest fears. Alara faces harrowing visions of her deepest insecurities and loss. Her pendant's glow dims, but stubbornly resists fading completely. She steels herself, drawing on inner strength to withstand the spectral torment. Kale battles relentless shadow creatures that claw at his defenses. His tattoo flares with an intense blue light, granting bursts of strength as he fights to survive the relentless onslaught. In a hidden clearing, Alara discovers the veiled seer's glowing hourglass, resting reverently atop a pedestal shrouded in the swirling mist. The artifact emanates a powerful energy that seems to bind the realms together. Approaching cautiously, Alara senses the hourglass controls the delicate balance between worlds. The mist pulses in response, alive and watching as the seer's pact weighs heavy over the fragile veil. Flashbacks reveal the veiled seer's ancient history, a solemn pact made eons ago to guard the veil between realms. Her burden is immense, safeguarding the Vale's secrets even as darker forces seek to unravel the balance. Kale approached a door emanating ethereal light, unlike any tangible barrier he had seen before. As his tattoo began to glow fiercely, a burst of energy surged forth, unlocking the door with a resonant hum. Beyond it, an otherworldly passage beckoned, thick with swirling mist that danced like restless spirits. Elara delved deeper into the secrets of the mist, realizing it was no mere fog, but a living manifestation of unresolved souls. They drifted between seeking release and clinging to vengeance, trapped in an eternal limbo. This haunted mechanism hinted at deeper forces at play beneath the village's calm facade. The unrest within the mist intensified, shadows lengthening and whispers growing harsher as the village teetered on the precipice. Every heart seemed caught in the delicate balance between peace and disarray, their fate intertwined with the spectral unrest. Only by restoring fractured harmony could destruction be averted. Kale and Elara exchanged faint signals, messages hidden within the spectral energies that enveloped them. Their synchronized glimmers through the mist served as silent vows, strengthening their fragile alliance despite looming dangers. These ephemeral communications underscored their desperate hope amid chaos. An ominous crack fractured the mystical hourglass, a sacred artifact only seen in the presence of the veiled seer. Its shards threatened to collapse the barrier separating life from the supernatural realm, a calamity too terrible to contemplate. The balance of existence now hinged precariously on this fragile object. Elara raced against time to stop the hourglass from shattering completely, but was suddenly confronted by a vengeful spirit, its eyes burning with ancient fury. The apparition barred her path, its form shifting like vapor, a tangible menace drawn from the mist itself. Her resolve was tested as never before. Kale arrived swiftly, stepping between Elara and the spirit with steady calm. As the tattoo on his wrist flared bright, he revealed it was a mark bestowed upon ancient guardians tasked with protecting the Vale. His presence and heritage quelled the spirit's rage, anchoring it back to peace. Together, Elara and Kale channeled a soothing calm into the restless apparition, easing its tortured anguish. The mist around them responded, a fragment of tranquility restored to the swirling chaos. This small victory hinted at possible harmony despite encroaching darkness. The veiled seer reappeared, her azure robes shimmering as she spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "Resistance feeds the unrest," she warned. "Only acceptance can save your village from ruin." Her cryptic counsel urged them toward embracing the mist rather than fighting it. Under her guidance, Elara and Kale discovered the mist was truly a veil of transition between realms, delicate and essential. It was neither enemy nor ally, but a force meant to be respected and harnessed carefully. Understanding this fragile balance changed their approach entirely. They resolved to unite their powers, combining Elara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo to stabilize the veil temporarily. This fusion of heritage and resolve formed a bond strong enough to hold back the escalating chaos. Their collaboration breathed hope into the fading barrier. The hourglass's glow intensified alarmingly, casting deep shadows and setting a countdown in motion. Time pressured their every move, a relentless reminder that delay could doom them all. The urgency spurred their determination to succeed against overwhelming odds. Suddenly, an ally's facade cracked, revealing a betrayer driven by desire to control the mist's power for selfish gain. The betrayal shattered trust, striking like a blade through their fragile alliance. The village's fate now hung in even greater jeopardy amid this unexpected threat. A fierce struggle erupted as the ally shattered a piece of the hourglass, fragments scattering and magnifying the chaos. The fractured barrier allowed restless spirits to surge forth, threatening to engulf all in darkness. Every moment became a desperate battle for survival. Amid the turmoil, Elara was pulled into a liminal space between reality and mist, the boundaries dissolving around her. Disoriented yet illuminated, she glimpsed hidden truths and felt the weight of the spectral realm's sorrow. This revelation deepened her understanding of what must be done. Kale fought fiercely on the village's borders, holding back spirits emerging through the weakened veil. His tattoo flared with ancestral energy, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. The conflict was brutal, but his guardianship remained unyielding. From her liminal realm, Elara communicated with the veiled seer, receiving crucial insight into the mist's nature and the path forward. The seer's wisdom illuminated hidden connections and the necessity of unity. This guidance sharpened Alara's resolve as she prepared to reunite with Kale. Reunited, Alara and Kale combined their strength, channeling energy from the pendant and tattoo in perfect harmony. Their powers intertwined, creating a radiant shield against the storm of spirits. Together, they became a living conduit of balance and hope. Guided by the veiled seer's ritual, they raced to mend the hourglass, hands trembling as they worked against the ticking clock. Incantations wove through the swirling mist, binding the shattered pieces with renewed magic. The success of this rite was the village's last hope. The mist pulsed violently, shadows twisting and turning as the ritual climaxed around them. The air thickened with spiritual tension, blurring lines between realms and reality. Every breath felt charged with ancient power as the veil responded to their efforts. Beneath their hands, the hourglass shimmered and repaired, glowing with a newfound strength. Its surface gleamed like starlight, symbolizing fragile restoration and renewed protection. The barrier regained its form, holding back the threatening surge for now. A stunning revelation emerged. Alara's silver pendant contained a fragment of the veil's original essence. This timeless shard was key to the renewal process and linked her fate inseparably with the mists. Her resolve took on new meaning in light of this profound connection. Kale's tattoo was revealed to be directly connected to the ancestral guardians who first sealed the veil's breach. His lineage carried the responsibility and strength of generations, a living thread to the past protection. Together, their combined heritage was a powerful force against dissolution. Their uniting of pendant and tattoo rekindled the veiled bond, halting the mist's destructive surge. The swirling energies calmed, drawing back from the brink of devastation. The village's fragile sanctuary was secured for the present, a testament to their combined strength. The veiled seer bestowed her blessing upon their union, imparting wisdom on maintaining balance in the fragile veil moving forward. Her words echoed with solemn promise and gentle caution. The future remained uncertain, but their path was lit by newfound understanding and hope. As the swirling hallowed mist began to recede, the village emerged transformed beneath a soft, restorative light that bathed every corner in a serene glow. The once ominous fog gave way to clarity, revealing vibrant fields and homes touched by newfound vitality. Life seemed to breathe anew, as though the air itself held a gentle enchantment of healing. Alara and Kale returned to the village, their presence marked by the subtle glow of Alara's silver pendant and Kale's tattoo, now shimmering softly with a steady light. These symbols revealed their newfound status as guardians, bound by the mystical forces they had harnessed. Together, their figures reflected strength and quiet resolve, a protective force watching over all. One by one, the villagers awoke, their bodies healed and minds peaceful, unaware of the fierce supernatural battle fought on their behalf. Confusion mingled with relief as they sensed the lingering calm, yet the true extent of the ordeal remained cloaked in silence. The everyday returned, untouched by the shadows that had briefly encroached. From a distance, the veiled seer observed the scene with a measured gaze, her shimmering azure robes catching the light before she began to fade into the horizon. Her mission fulfilled for now, she vanished gracefully, leaving behind the treasured mystical hourglass, a silent reminder of the fragile flow of time and fate. The balance was preserved, yet her presence would be needed once more. Alara stood quietly, her fingers brushing the cool surface of her silver pendant as she reflected on their harrowing journey. Each trial had carved strength and wisdom into her spirit, underscoring the immense responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but her resolve had deepened alongside her understanding of sacrifice and duty. Kale shifted his stance, eyes dark with acceptance as he tightened the bond between himself, Alara, and the pendant's legacy. His mysterious tattoo pulsed with a steady rhythm, symbolizing his newfound role as protector intertwined with hers. Together, they had sealed a pact, keepers of the fragile harmony between their world and the shimmering beyond. As the last light faded from the sky, a new mist arose above the village, gentle and harmless, curling softly around the ancient trees. This delicate veil signified renewal, a fragile peace forged through courage and unity rather than conquest. The mist's embrace was one of quiet guardianship, promising that balance would be preserved if respected. Beneath clear skies and twinkling stars, the village celebrated a restored harvest festival, their joy warm and unburdened. Laughter rang out as lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, a testament to life's resilience and hope's return. The sense of community felt stronger, sealed by the unspoken gratitude toward unseen protectors. Ilara and Kale stood watchful at the village edge, cloaked in shades signaling trust, eyes fixed on the horizon where worlds intertwined. Their silhouettes blended with the landscape, guardians of the delicate balance sustained between realms. In their presence, the village found not just safety, but enduring harmony between the seen and unseen. As twilight deepened, Ilara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo pulsed softly in unison, a quiet beacon of their unbreakable bond and shared purpose. The rhythmic light echoed the heartbeat of the village and the protective mist that now lingered harmlessly. With this harmony established, the scene gently faded into the enveloping night, signaling the beginning of a guarded peace. Maria hurried out the door, her hands full of groceries and her mind on the clock ticking down to the town's annual garden contest. As she reached her front gate, she fumbled in her pocket. No keys. Not now, she muttered, patting every pocket again, but it was no use. Just then old Mrs. Fleming from next door appeared, her eyes twinkling behind her glasses. "Locked out, dear. Happens to the best of us," she said kindly, pulling a small, ornate key from her knitting basket. Curious, Maria accepted the key and tried it on her gate. The lock clicked open effortlessly. "I found this in the garden shed last summer," Mrs. Fleming explained. "I was saving it for you." Relieved and intrigued, Maria stepped inside. The garden looked untouched but vibrant in the warm afternoon light. She noticed something new, a patch of wildflowers she hadn't planted, blooming in wild, joyful colors. "Looks like someone else has been tending to your garden while you were occupied," Mrs. Fleming said with a smile. Maria knelt to examine the flowers, a note tucked among the petals catching her eye. It read, "For the one who loves the earth, sometimes help comes in unexpected ways." Moved, Maria looked up to see Mrs. Fleming waving, already heading to her own porch to knit nearer the window. With the key still warm in her palm, Maria tended the wildflowers, feeling a sudden, gentle connection to her neighbor and the earth. Together, though apart, they had tended the garden with love and hope. By the evening, Maria had prepared a small bouquet from the garden's new corners, wrapping it with care. She walked over to Mrs. Fleming's house and knocked gently, bouquet in hand. Mrs. Fleming opened the door, her face lighting up brighter than any flower Maria could pick. "Thank you," Maria said softly, "for the key, the flowers, and the kindness." Mrs. Fleming nodded. "And thank you for keeping our garden growing. Sometimes, it's the little things that bloom into the most beautiful stories." At dawn, golden light filters through the dusty windows of Ilara's workshop, casting warm beams across scattered tools and her half-finished lantern. Nimble, the orange tabby, curls up peacefully beside the window, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Calder arrives with a worn lantern frame, aged but intricate, its delicate engravings faded by time. With a hopeful smile beneath his silver hair, he hands the ancient piece to Ilara, entrusting her with its restoration. Ilara carefully inspects the lantern frame, her fingers tracing the engraved patterns as if reading a forgotten language. The cool metal feels heavy with history, sparking a quiet determination within her heart. Stepping into the vibrant village market, Ilara tucks the lantern frame under her navy blue cloak. Nimble darts outside swiftly, chasing shadows and scents, a silent guardian to her journey through the lively crowd. Whispers ripple among the villagers, their voices tinged with worry about the festival and the unsettling dimming of lantern lights. Ilara's eyes scan the anxious faces, sensing the weight of fading hope around her. A village elder leans close, his weathered face shadowed by worry as he warns that the festival's success hinges on the lantern's glow. Without it, the spirit of the season threatens to wither and fade into night. The sky darkens far earlier than usual, heavy clouds casting long shadows over the village streets. Ilara's gaze hardens with urgency as dusk approaches, the lantern's dimming light a pressing concern. Back in her workshop, Ilara lays out tools with deliberate care, arranging her workspace beneath the fading daylight. Her resolve strengthens to restore the lantern's light before night swallows the village's hope entirely. Calder returns with tales of the lantern's mysterious origins, speaking softly by the flickering hearth about a hidden power tied closely to the stars above. His deep-set blue eyes gleam, hinting at secrets long held. Nimble pounces playfully on a loose thread of Alara's navy cloak, the small orange sprite unfazed by the growing tension. Yet even in playfulness, the cat's bright green eyes reflect the unease that fills the room. Alara tests the ancient lantern frame by candlelight, but the glow that emerges is faint, flickering weakly like a dying ember. Shadows dance eerily on the walls, hinting at unknown forces dimming the light further. Recalling an old folk tale, Alara whispers to herself about a secret element, something rare and powerful, needed to rekindle the lantern's true glow. The story stirs a faint spark of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Determined, Alara packs a small satchel with essentials and pulls her cloak tightly around her against the evening chill. She steels herself for the journey ahead, ready to seek what is lost beneath the creeping dusk. Outside, the village buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, clouds thickening overhead as preparations for the festival continue. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the weather itself mirrors the anxious hearts of the townsfolk. With a firm, silent vow, Alara promises to restore the lantern's light and rekindle the village's hope before the festival begins. Her breath forms small clouds in the cool air, mingling with the fading day's last light. Alara ventures into the nearby forest, guided by faint glimmers weaving through the trees and rustling leaves. The whispering wind seems to carry secrets as she follows the subtle, glowing cues ahead. Nimble darts through tangled ferns, pausing at a cluster of luminescent flowers that emit a soft, ethereal glow. The cat's keen eyes flicker with curiosity, sensing the significance of this hidden place. Alara gently collects a few of the glowing flowers, marveling at their soft light, but then she halts at the distant sound of laughter. Her heart quickens as she realizes others are nearby, possibly watching her every move. Quickly, Alara hides behind thick underbrush as a group of villagers pass by, their hushed voices filled with fear about recent strange disappearances of light sources. Their anxious whispers deepen the mystery enveloping the village. Pressing onward, Alara encounters a fallen branch blocking her path. She pushes it aside to reveal ancient carvings etched into a hidden stone beneath, their worn symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge. The carvings depict a lantern identical to hers, surrounded by stars and a single bright orb glowing vividly. The imagery resonates with the stories she's heard, as if holding the key to awakening the lantern's power. Alara's breath catches as she recognizes the orb from Calder's tales, believing it to be the secret element necessary to restore light. The weight of this discovery deepens her resolve beneath the darkening sky. Night has fallen fully as Alara sets up a small camp, the ancient lantern frame resting beside her on a bed of moss. She gazes upward at the star-studded sky, searching for answers hidden in the vastness above. Nimble curls up contentedly at her feet, purring softly while the campfire embers cast warm glows that flicker against the shadows. The gentle night hums around them, a balm against the chill and growing tension. Suddenly, a shadow slides silently across the glowing moon, and a cold breeze stirs leaves with faint, whispering voices. Alara's skin prickles with unease as the forest holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. Determined to uncover the truth, Alara carefully packs her belongings and begins to follow a mysterious trail of softly glowing pebbles that wind through the dense forest. The faint light from the stones guides her steadily toward a shadowed cave entrance framed by ancient trees. Nimble pads silently at her side, eyes bright with curiosity. Inside the cave, Alara's lantern casts flickering shadows upon walls encrusted with shimmering crystalline formations. Each crystal pulses softly with light, casting an otherworldly glow that fills the cavern with a quiet, magical ambience. The colors shift gently, mirroring the calm but expectant rhythm of her heartbeat. Ahead, a stone pedestal stands at the cave's center, cradling a glowing orb that exactly matches the intricate carving on Alara's hand-carved lantern. Alara approaches cautiously, her fingers trembling slightly as she reaches toward this mysterious source of light. Nimble watches intently, tail flicking, sensing something extraordinary. The moment her fingers nearly touch the orb, it brightens dramatically, casting swirling, luminous patterns across the cave walls and ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow creates shifting images that seem to tell an ancient story, filling Alara with a mix of awe and revelation. The air pulses softly with energy, heightening her senses. A drifting spark separates from the orb's radiant glow, floating like a tiny firefly in the cavern's cool air. Nimble leaps playfully, batting at the spark with delighted swats, adding a touch of lively whimsy to the cave's serene magic. The warmth from the orb's light seems to embrace them both. Suddenly, the cavern trembles underfoot, a low rumble echoing ominously through the crystalline walls. The gentle pulses of light flicker uncertainly, signaling that the cave itself urges a swift departure. Alara, heart-pounding, knows she must move quickly to avoid danger. Seizing the glowing orb, Alara clutches it tightly against her chest and dashes toward the cave entrance. The forest looms ahead, dark and tangled, but she trusts the faint glimmer of light to guide her path. Nimble darts alongside, their footsteps quickening on the soft earth. Branches scrape past Alara's navy blue cloak as she pushes through dense undergrowth, the chill of approaching night settling in. Distant howls pierce the stillness, a sharp reminder of the forest's lurking mysteries, yet her resolve remains unshaken. With steady breath, she presses onward, driven by a burning purpose. Emerging from the woods, Alara's eyes adjust to an eerie twilight cast over the village. Lanterns flicker dimly, their usual warm glow weakened, and anxious faces ponder the fading light. A hush hangs over the cobblestone streets, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Calder steps forward, his own lantern emitting a hesitant, trembling flame. Together, the pair examine the orb in Alara's hands, its steady glow contrasting sharply with the village's dwindling lamps. Their shared gaze conveys a silent determination to restore light and hope. Alara carefully fits the orb into Calder's ancient lantern frame, and instantly, a radiant blaze bursts forth, bathing their faces in brilliant warmth. The restored light seems almost alive, infusing the space with vibrant energy and stirring feelings of wonder. Around them, shadows retreat, replaced by glowing assurance. The orb's luminous power spreads swiftly, traveling to other lanterns throughout the village. One by one, the lights reignite, casting warm hues across the cobblestone streets and rekindling festive spirits in the hearts of villagers. A gentle breeze carries whispered excitement and renewed hope far and wide. Nimble weaves expertly through the gathering crowd, his bright green eyes catching smiles and receiving gentle pats from delighted children. The cat's playful antics lift the villagers' spirits, uniting them under the tender glow of the revived lanterns. Joy blooms as naturally as the light around them. Alara stands beside Calder, sharing a quiet moment amidst the celebration. Their eyes meet with a newfound bond forged through shared trials and triumph, an unspoken promise reflected in their steady gazes. The warm light envelops them both, a symbol of achievement and hope renewed. Above, the sky clears to reveal stars twinkling brighter than ever, mirroring the village's restored radiance. The shift from twilight to starry night feels like a blessing, as if the universe itself acknowledges their triumph. The changing sky and lantern light dance together in harmonious celebration. A storyteller gathers villagers beneath softly glowing lanterns, recounting the ancient tale of the Lantern Keeper with vivid passion. The story weaves a tapestry of resilience and faith, urging all to hold on to light even during the darkest times. Alara listens, the tale resonating deeply within her heart. Alara notices a small fray along the edge of her navy blue cloak, a subtle testament to the journey she has endured. Rather than dismay, she embraces the mark as a symbol of growth and courage. The silver clasp gleams steadily, holding fast as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. As dawn begins to touch the horizon, the village quiets under the soft glow of still-burning lanterns. The promise of a light kept through the night lingers in the air, comforting and steadfast. Alara feels the weight and warmth of this promise settle in her soul. Calder presents Alara with a small gemstone pendant, shaped like the glowing orb she carried from the cave. The gift is a heartfelt token of gratitude and trust, its light pulsing gently as if alive with shared memories. Alara accepts it with a grateful smile, the bond between them shining as brightly as the pendant. Nimble curls contentedly beside the warm hearth as Alara prepares to rest, the flickering lantern light casting soft shadows in the room. A calm satisfaction fills her heart, mingling with quiet hope for the days to come. Outside, the world waits silently under the watchful stars. Days pass peacefully as Alara eagerly teaches village children the art of crafting lanterns, passing down the story of light and perseverance. Their eager hands and shining eyes reflect the knowledge and hope she now carries. Each lantern crafted is a beacon of the community's enduring spirit. Calder busies himself repairing his workshop, his thoughts often drifting to the delicate orb pendant and Alara's glowing lantern. With every measured stroke, he nurtures both his craft and the renewed faith sparked by their shared journey. The workshop feels alive with quiet purpose and gentle light. Nimble explores new corners of the village with playful curiosity, always returning with small treasures held delicately in his mouth. His joyful energy spreads among the villagers, a living symbol of the light's enduring presence. The cat's adventures remind all of the wonder found in simple joys. Seasonal flowers burst into vibrant bloom throughout the village, their colors vivid under the warm glow of lantern light. The landscape itself seems to echo the renewal of hope and prosperity that has taken root. Each petal and leaf bathes in the soft, golden hues of a thriving community. At sunset, Alara sits atop a gentle hill, her lantern casting a steady glow beside her as the sky paints itself in shades of orange and purple. She reflects quietly on the journey she has taken and the warmth blossoming within her community. The light from her lantern seems to pulse in harmony with her steady breath, a lasting reminder of resilience and promise. On a crisp evening, a traveling merchant arrived in the village, drawn by whispers of a glowing orb and the artistry of Alara's lanterns. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sought to learn the secrets woven into her craft. Alara welcomed him warmly, explaining that each lantern was made not just with skill, but with heart and hope, the true essence behind every flicker of light. She stressed that the light carried within was more than illumination. It was a promise of warmth and guidance. Together, they began preparing for a festival in a distant village, packing lanterns and the radiant orb itself, symbols meant to inspire and unite. The air shimmered as they planned to carry this gentle glow far beyond their familiar home. When the day came to depart, the village gathered beneath a sky fading towards dusk. Lanterns were raised high, casting a comforting cascade of golden light that danced like fireflies across the evening sky, a tender farewell filled with shared hope. Alara, Nimble, and the merchant set out under the soft lantern light, their path steady and sure. Nimble padded silently between them, eyes bright, as the glow around them seemed to chase away shadows and doubt alike. Along the way, other travelers stirred by tales of light and kindness joined their journey, swelling the small caravan with new faces and stories. Each step forward was marked by growing camaraderie and shared purpose beneath the lantern's steady glow. As each dawn painted the sky in gentle pastels, the group exchanged stories and laughter, weaving lessons and dreams into the fabric of their journey. The lantern light softened with the morning, carrying the warmth of their fellowship into new days. Alara felt a deep stirring within, sensing the promise of countless lanterns yet to be lit, each one kindled by the spirit of those they met. Hope bloomed like the morning sky, vast and inviting, ready to be shared again and again. In quiet moments beneath the shifting horizons, Nimble curled close beside Alara, a small comfort and steadfast companion. The gentle purr and steady presence reminded her of the constancy of light, even when the way ahead seemed uncertain. At journey's end, the caravan's lanterns illuminated a sweeping landscape, their glow a living tapestry of connection and resilience. Together, the light they carried became a symbol of enduring hope and the unbreakable bonds of community. It started with a faint tapping sound coming from the attic above Mia's bedroom. Every night, just as the clock struck midnight, the tapping would begin, slow and deliberate. Mia tried to ignore it, blaming old house noises and her restless imagination. But the tapping grew louder, more persistent, turning into a rhythmic knocking that could not be ignored. One night, curiosity won over fear. She crept upstairs, flashlight trembling in her hand. The attic stairs creaked under her weight, a long, narrow space filled with dusty old boxes. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft and urgent, brushing against her ear like a cold breath. "Help me," it hissed, a voice barely louder than the wind. Mia's heart pounded. "Who's there?" she whispered back, her voice shaking. Silence answered before the whisper returned. Trapped, alone, searching through the boxes, Mia found an old journal, its pages yellowed and torn. The diary belonged to a girl named Lucy, who once lived in the house decades ago. Lucy wrote about a terrible secret, about being locked in the attic by someone she once trusted. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind Mia, plunging her into darkness. Desperately, she opened the journal to the last page, a chilling plea to anyone who found it. "Set me free," Lucy's words begged, "before it's too late." With shaky hands, Mia looked up and spotted an old latch on the window, half covered by cobwebs. She forced it open, letting in a gust of fresh, cold air that seemed to lift the oppressive weight around her. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, light filled the attic once more. Mia whispered, "You're free now," and as dawn broke, the house seemed at peace for the first time in years. Lyra moves carefully through the desolate cityscape, ashes swirling around her silver-streaked hair as she clutches the cracked compass her mother once owned. The ruins around her whisper stories of a forgotten past, the flickering embers of distant fires casting long shadows. From behind a collapsed building, Merrick's scarred face emerges, his weathered cloak blending with the grayness of the crumbled surroundings. His steady amber gaze watches Lyra silently, weighing the dangers that lie ahead. Tala slips through the ruined streets, her piercing blue eyes scanning every corner with razor focus. Silent as the drifting ashes, she moves like a ghost, alert for unseen threats in the broken world. At the shattered fountain, Lyra meets Merrick, their eyes meeting in a tense nod of acknowledgement. The mechanical raven on Lyra's shoulder flickers its rusty wings, its soft clicks echoing faintly amid the desolation. Lyra unfolds the faded map, trembling fingers tracing a precarious route toward a safe haven marked long ago. Merrick watches thoughtfully, the weight of their uncertain path heavy between them. A distant rumble shakes the cracked streets as dust falls from shattered windows. A massive convoy of scavengers, armed and ruthless, approaches, casting long, ominous shadows over the ruins. Quickly, the trio smothers their small campfire, smudging the glowing embers as the scavengers' silhouettes stretch closer. The fragile warmth and light vanish, swallowed by the encroaching menace. Tala catches sight of the scavenger leader, a towering figure wielding a crude spear. With a swift, silent gesture, she signals danger, her piercing blue eyes fierce as the shadows tighten. Lyra clutches the cracked compass tightly, her gaze stealing against the gray sky. Determined, she vows to protect the map's secret at all costs, knowing it could mean salvation or destruction. Merrick loads his improvised crossbow, every motion practiced but tense. His amber eyes survey the uneven streets, seeking the best defensive position amid the jagged ruins. The mechanical raven takes flight from Lyra's shoulder, its rusty wings beating hurriedly as it circles above. With soft mechanical clicks, it distracts the scavengers, buying precious moments for the group to reposition. Lyra, Merrick, and Tala slip silently into narrow alleys, their footsteps muffled on the cracked pavement. Shadows of ruins envelop them as they evade the scavengers' ever-closer patrols. Suddenly, a clatter breaks the silence. A loose metal pipe tumbles wildly across the ground. The group freezes, hearts pounding as scavengers turn sharply toward their trail, voices rough and rising. The scavengers spread out aggressively, scouring the ruins with echoing shouts that bounce off cracked walls. The air thickens with tension, dust swirling like whispers of danger. In a hushed tone, Lyra whispers of the map's secret, a rumored haven with untouched resources that could change everything. But now, with predators closing in, that secret is at grave risk. To confuse their pursuers, the group briefly splits, each taking shadowed paths through narrow passages. Tala leads with swift, silent movements, a ghost weaving through the remnants of the old world. Merrick narrowly escapes a deadly encounter, ducking behind collapsed rubble just as a scavenger's spear shatters stone inches away. His breath hitches, the close call fueling his resolve. Guided by the cracked compass, Lyra finds the entrance to an underground tunnel faintly marked on the faded map. The promise of shelter hides beneath the ruined city's surface. As the group regroups at the tunnel's mouth, the mechanical raven emits a sharp, warning click. The scavengers are closing in fast, their harsh voices growing nearer, echoing across the desolation. Inside the tunnel, the trio navigates dim, crumbling corridors filled with dust and stale memories. The flickers of faint light reveal relics of a lost world mingling hope with decay. Suddenly, the passage collapses behind them with a thunderous crash, sealing the scavengers outside, but blocking their escape. The heavy silence that follows tightens like a cage around them. Soft green bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie glow along the underground path, illuminating forgotten life that persists beneath the ruinous earth. The delicate light dances on worn metallic relics scattered by time. Tensions flare as dwindling supplies press heavily. Merc shares stories of the world before, voices low and steady. Around a smoldering shard of fire, flickers of hope ignite in the darkness. A hidden door creaks open silently on the tunnel wall, revealing symbols that match those on the map. A tentative beacon of hope advances, the promise of discovery barely contained in the still air. Within the chamber, ancient machinery hums faintly, its brittle data cubes glowing with a partial preservation by time. The air pulses with forgotten knowledge, fragile and flickering like the fires outside. Lyra studies the intricate symbols carved into the chamber walls, her fingers tracing the faded markings. She realizes they describe the safe haven not just as a refuge, but as a naturally sealed vault that once contained a devastating experiment gone wrong. The clues hint that the sanctuary's safety comes with a hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. Without warning, ancient machinery sputters to life, sparks cascading as a spectral blue light floods the underground chamber. The mechanical raven emits a sharp clicking sound, its eyes reflecting the eerie glow. Shadows twist and dance as long-dormant defenses awaken with a mechanical groan. Alarms clang and whir as mechanical defenses surge forward, energy pulses streaking through the air. Merc ducks behind a shattered pillar while Tala dives aside, narrowly avoiding a shifting wall. Lyra clutches her cracked compass, eyes scanning rapidly for a safe path amidst the chaos. Tala's quick fingers find a hidden switch concealed beneath rusted panels. With a click, the relentless machinery ceases, the hum of power fading into silence. A newly revealed passage yawns open deeper into the vault, promising answers but demanding courage. Carefully, they descend into a cavernous vault where ancient technology hums softly. Rows of preserved seed banks stand alongside water filtration units, and at the vault's heart, a pulsating energy core glows steady blue. The remnants of a lost world offer fragile hope amid the ruins. Hope flickers in Lyra's eyes, but her gaze lingers on cryptic warnings etched into the machinery's surface. The inscriptions speak of contamination risks, remnants of a toxic past that could poison the sanctuary itself. The delicate balance between salvation and danger weighs heavily on them all. Merc crouches by the energy core, inspecting glowing conduits and faded schematics. Despite his rugged experience, the complexity baffles him as he puzzles over methods to safely harness its power above ground. The weight of survival presses down as he considers the risks and rewards. Suddenly, a distant tremor shakes the vault, dust falling from overhead beams. An explosion echoes from above. Scavengers have discovered an alternate entrance. Tension spikes as the fragile silence shatters. The mechanical raven squawks loudly, taking flight in frantic loops overhead. Its metallic wings catch the blue light as it circles wildly. Lyra tenses, signaling the group to prepare for an approaching confrontation at the sanctuary's threshold. Outside the heavy vault doors, shadows clash with flashes of sparking metal. Makeshift weapons swing, and the air fills with the harsh sounds of struggle. Each side fights fiercely, a desperate battle for control over the precious safe haven. Lyra steps into the fray, her voice steady as she negotiates with the scavenger leader. She offers a tentative truce, emphasizing their shared need to survive the harsh ash-covered world. The fragile hope of cooperation hangs in the balance. The leader derides her proposal but falters, revealing a secret: an injured child dependent on the sanctuary's clean water. The revelation softens hardened faces as the weight of human need becomes undeniable. A crack opens in the cold veneer of conflict. Moved by compassion, Lyra offers an alliance to protect the sanctuary together, promising fair sharing of resources. The fragile pact reshapes their purpose from rivalry to cooperation. Trust begins to grow amidst the flickering fires around them. Merc and Tala exchange cautious looks, nodding their agreement. They begin to organize defenses but signal readiness to work alongside former enemies. The alliance, delicate yet necessary, promises a tenuous peace in a brutal world. Together, both groups reinforce barricades with salvaged metal and ancient tech revived from the ruins. Sparks fly as tools meet rusted surfaces, strengthening their hold against external threats. The mechanical raven perches quietly, watching the cooperative effort unfold. As negotiation deepens, stories of loss and survival emerge from both sides. Shared pain and resilience create a fragile human bond that transcends the ashen wasteland. Flickering fires cast long shadows on faces aged and hopeful alike. Night descends, and Lyra gazes at the mechanical raven now perched silently on her shoulder. Its mechanical clicks slow, seeming almost reflective in the dancing firelight. The sanctuary breathes quietly, a momentary peace beneath a bleak horizon. Suddenly, an alarm shreds the calm. Unknown intruders breach a secondary entrance. The group snaps to action, tension coiling tight as danger returns. Flickering blue lights flash urgent warnings across the chamber walls. They engage fiercely, moving with coordinated precision, honed in practice. Energy pulses and shadows intertwine as they repel the unexpected attack. Each member plays a vital role in defending their fragile sanctuary. As dawn breaks, intruders retreat, leaving behind ominous clues, signs of a larger threat looming beyond the ruins. The fragile sanctuary may be only the first battleground in a wider conflict. The ash-filled air carries a new, heavier weight of uncertainty. Lyra studies the evidence, her green eyes narrowing in thought. The sanctuary might be a beacon drawing dangers as surely as it attracts hope. Their fight for survival is part of something far greater than they had imagined. Resolute, they decide to activate the energy core fully, sending a signal into the desolate skies. The machinery awakens with a roar, pulsing rhythmic light outward like a call for aid. Each pulse echoes their hope and their warning across the ash-choked horizon. The vault brightens as the energy core hums at full power, ancient tech alive once more. Pulses ripple through the atmosphere, reaching far beyond the sanctuary walls. Their beacon is both a promise and a challenge to the world outside. In the desolate distance, faint figures respond, trekking steadily toward the glowing light. Their silhouettes cut through the ash haze, bringing fresh hope and the unanswered questions of new arrivals. The wasteland stirs with renewed possibility. Lyra, Merk, and Tala prepare to meet the newcomers, heart steady but wary. The sanctuary's fate now entwines with these fresh faces, their uncertain futures bound by fragile trust. The ashen horizon promises challenges ahead, but also a chance to rebuild together. The newcomers gather in the dimly lit shelter, their eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. They unveil coded diagrams and symbols, explaining the mutated storm's patterns and disclosing ancient shielding techniques that can strengthen the sanctuary's fragile defenses. Pooling their knowledge and resources, the group integrates these encoded protections with relics of the old world. Rusted gears turn as the mechanical raven clicks approvingly, and slowly, the sanctuary stabilizes, a bastion amid the unrelenting wasteland. Around crackling fires, Lyra, Merk, and Tala share stories of battles and losses, their scars illuminated by the dancing flames. Trust grows, knitting together a family born from endurance and hope, where suspicion once lingered like ashes in the wind. One quiet evening, the mechanical raven stirs, fluttering from Lyra's shoulder to a concealed alcove. There, behind a rusted panel, lies a hidden archive filled with fading holographic messages, preserved echoes from the world before the fall. The projections reveal the sanctuary's true purpose. More than mere survival, it was crafted to ignite renewal and unity among scattered survivors. The voices urge those who listen to rise beyond isolation and rebuild together, a new dawn beckoning beyond the ashen horizon. Moved by the revelations, Lyra and Merk pledge to nurture this vision. They vow to extend their network of protection and knowledge, transforming their stronghold into a beacon of hope for others wandering the bleak wastes. The group springs into action, loading caravans with seeds, weathered tools, and precious relics symbolizing a hopeful future. Preparations hum with anticipation, every piece of cargo a promise to distant enclaves waiting in silence. Beneath the steely sky, the caravans roll steadily away from the sanctuary's embrace. High above, the mechanical raven soars, its subtle mechanics clicking softly, sentinel of the fragile journey against the endless gray. Back at the sanctuary, resilient and unwavering, tiny green shoots emerge defiantly through cracked concrete. Against the monochrome wasteland, these first hints of life whisper of renewal, the earth slowly reclaiming hope. At dawn, Lyra stands atop the ramparts, the cracked compass warm in her hand and the rising sun casting golden light on her determined face. The ashen horizon stretches before her, and with steady gaze, she prepares to guide humanity's fragile rebirth into the uncertain dawn. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. Another night, another ghost, he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station, bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Alina felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Alina crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Alina placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Alina looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." The rain was a relentless tap-tap-tap against the cracked window of my office on Marlowe Street. I lit a cigarette and glanced at the clock. 2:13 a.m., prime time for trouble. She walked in like a shadow sliding across a dimly lit alley, heels clicking, eyes burning with secrets. "Mr. Crane," she said, voice low and trembling, "I need your help." Her husband was missing, vanished into the city's underbelly. where whispers meant danger and silence could kill. I agreed to take the case, knowing full well that trouble was my closest companion these days. The first clue led me to a smoky jazz club, neon lights flickering like Morse code messages. A saxophone cried in the background as I sidled up to the bartender, who wiped a glass like he could erase the past. "Looking for a ghost, are you?" he grunted, sliding me a note. It was a scrawled address and a warning: stay out of the shadows or join the lost. Ignoring the threat, I made my way through puddles and dark alleys toward the haunted address. The door creaked open under my touch, revealing a room filled with smoke, secrets, and broken dreams. At the center, a man with tired eyes and bruises that told a story without words. "I didn't want him to get involved," the man whispered. "They're watching every corner." Suddenly, the room was bathed in red light, a warning or an ambush. I dove behind the battered furniture as footsteps thundered closer. A tense silence followed, broken only by my own ragged breath. When the danger passed, I helped the man escape into the night, vowing to bring the truth into the light. By dawn, the missing husband was safe, shadows lifted by the city waking to a new day. As she thanked me and disappeared into the crowd, I flicked the cigarette butt into the rain and muttered, "Another night, another story ended." At dawn, Arius moved with focused grace near the ancient stone circle. His silver hair caught the first sunlight, shimmering as he swung his crescent-etched sword in practice. Each strike echoed the disciplined spirit within him, the crescent tattoo on his arm a silent pledge to the coming trials. Inside the dim tent, Lyra traced the star charts with attentive fingers. Her emerald eyes flickered in candlelight, reflecting constellations mapped in secrets. The star-embroidered cloak around her shoulders seemed to ripple with unseen energy as she pondered celestial patterns. Eldrin stood near the village gates, his white beard stirring in the cool morning breeze. His golden eyes scanned the horizon, gripping the rune-carved staff tightly as if anchoring himself against an unseen force. He sensed the boundary's thinness, aware shadows gathered beyond sight. A sudden chill swept the village as a shadow darker than night crossed its threshold. Cloaked in midnight robes, Sable moved silently, melding with the shifting gloom. No one noticed the figure's passage except the veiled glint of menace cloaked beneath the hood. With the rising crescent moon swelling unnaturally large, whispers stirred among the fearful villagers. They exchanged anxious glances under the veil of twilight as the moon's glow cast elongated shadows. The night felt charged, as if the world itself held its breath. Arius's crescent tattoo glimmered faintly, a spectral light matching the moon above. His hand instinctively rose to touch the symbol, sensing a surge of energy coursing through him. The connection between mark and moon pulsed, a silent call to rising peril. Suddenly, Lyra's vision unfolded, a veil tearing apart to reveal a dark, writhing force. The imagery left her breathless, the starry cloak tightening around her shoulders. The revelation unsettled her soul, warning of veils unbound and secrets unveiled. Eldrin gathered the village council under the growing shadows, his voice grave with ancient knowledge. He spoke of a prophecy tied to shifting shadows and broken veils, a destiny threatening to unravel their world. The weight of his words settled like a stone upon their hearts. In the bustling marketplace, Sable moved unseen, planting a sinister symbol etched in shadow. Most missed the act, but the faintest ripple of darkness lingered where the mark was left behind. Suspicion grew, though no face could be tied to the unseen sowing of discord. Alerted by unseen danger, Arius drew his crescent-etched sword, feeling its latent power awaken. Pulses of energy thrummed through the blade, synchronizing with the glowing tattoo on his arm. The weapon was alive, ready for the encroaching threat. Lyra deciphered the ominous mark as a harbinger, the veil of Orenthal growing fragile. The star symbols in her cloak seemed to resonate with this truth, each stitch a reminder of their fragile defense. The veil's weakening signaled coming upheaval, demanding urgent action. Under the pale moonlight, Eldrin led Arius and Lyra toward the forbidden library. The ancient tomes awaited, holding secrets cloaked by time and shadow. As they approached, the veil surrounding the village seemed to hum, as if aware of their quest. Shadows warped and twisted unnaturally as they neared the veil-like barrier. A chilling breeze carried whispers of realms beyond, the boundary flickering like a fragile membrane. The trio stepped cautiously, senses alert to encroaching darkness. The veil quivered suddenly, thinning to reveal fleeting glimpses of a deep and desolate realm beneath. Dark tendrils writhed behind this fragile curtain, veiling an ancient and terrible power. Fear tightened in their chests as the boundary between worlds grew unstable. Fear rippled among the villagers, spreading whispers that the veil might collapse entirely. The ancient evil bound for centuries below threatened return, its shadows inching closer. Anxiety thickened the night air, veils no longer safe sanctuaries but fragile shields. Arius tested his blade against advancing shadows, sparks igniting as steel met intangible darkness. The sword's crescent glow clashed with shifting silhouettes, a battle of light against consume. Each strike pushed back malevolence, but at a rising cost to the warrior's strength. Lyra chanted a seer's incantation, her voice wavering yet determined to reinforce the veil. Unseen forces resisted, twisting the chant into discordant echoes. The veil's fragility fought back, straining against her desperate will to hold it intact. Eldrin recounted the legend of a lost relic, said to possess power to mend the torn veil. His golden eyes shone with urgency, recounting old lore masked by time. The relic was their only hope, a key to restoring the delicate balance between worlds. In shadows deeper than night, Sable gathered followers swayed by doubt and shadow's embrace. Their allegiance to darkness grew, spreading fear and discord throughout the village. The Veil's defenders faced a hidden threat within, veiled conspiracies weaving through trust. As the crescent moon waned swiftly, Arius's tattoo flickered unpredictably, its glow faltering. The unstable light mirrored the growing uncertainty surrounding their quest. The link between Mark and Moon wavered, threatening Arius's connection to the blade's power. Lyra's visions sharpened, revealing the relic concealed beneath the ancient stone circle. Shadows peeled back from the earth, exposing a secret long buried in hallowed ground. The path to salvation lay hidden under their feet, waiting to be uncovered. Eldrin warned that retrieving the relic required crossing the Veil's dangerous breaches. The realm beyond pulsed with hostile shadows, ready to consume the unprepared. Their journey promised peril demanding courage and unbreakable resolve. Without hesitation, Arius volunteered to seek the relic, guided by Lyra's visions and Eldrin's wisdom. His silver hair caught moonlight as he prepared to step into unknown darkness. The burden of hope rested heavy but resolute upon him. Shadows clawed from every corner as the trio neared the Veil's thinning edge. The air swirled with shifting darkness, veiling secret dangers just beyond sight. Together, they pressed forward, each step a defiance against the growing gloom. Suddenly, Arius confronted a shadow creature, a twisted test of strength and will. The dark form lunged, seeking to extinguish the light within him. Steel met shadow in a fierce duel where every strike held the fragile fate of the Veil. Lyra drew her star-embroidered cloak tightly around her shoulders, channeling its faint glow to pierce the dense darkness ahead. As the celestial light spilled over the winding path, hidden traps, barely noticeable snare wires and concealed pits, became starkly visible, preventing disaster. Eldrin raised his rune-carved staff, which emitted a radiant golden light that pushed back the encroaching shadows in a wide arc. Yet with each dispelled shadow, distant alarms triggered, echoing ominously through the silent forest and heralding unseen dangers closing in. Just as their progress seemed steady, a trusted villager, whom they believed was loyal, turned abruptly against them. His betrayal introduced uncertainty and forced the group to reconsider who among the villagers could be trusted in this fragile alliance. Emerging from the swirling mists, Sable appeared briefly, his hooded figure radiating menace and mystery. He delivered a cryptic warning before dissolving into the mist, leaving his intentions as veiled as the shifting shadows around them. Suddenly, the veil pulsed violently, shimmering and flashing to reveal distorted glimpses of otherworldly horrors lurking beyond perception. These fleeting visions unsettled the group, reinforcing the Veil's tenuous nature as a boundary between worlds. During the chaos, Arius sustained a deep wound that caused the crescent tattoo on his forearm to burn fiercely and unpredictably. The searing pain was a stark reminder of the ancient power woven into his very skin. Lyra swiftly gathered her dwindling strength, focusing her energy through her cloak to heal Arius's injury. The effort drained her vitality noticeably, her emerald eyes dimming with the exertion, but her resolve remained strong. Eldrin examined the strange markings etched nearby and deciphered their meaning. The relic they sought lay hidden beneath the largest stone at the circle's center. This revelation offered a renewed sense of purpose amid growing peril. As they began to uncover the ancient stone, shadows twisted and surged around them, encroaching rapidly and threatening to engulf the fragile light they maintained. Doubt mingled with hope, as each shadow represented unforeseen danger. Before they could secure the relic, a group of Sable's followers emerged from the darkness, surrounding them and demanding surrender. A tense standoff ensued, the shifting shadows marking the precarious balance of power. Drawing deep from the ancient bond with his crescent-etched sword, Arius invoked the symbol's power to repel the advancing darkness. A crescent-shaped wave of light surged outwards, pushing back the shadowy threat and carving a brief sanctuary. Lyra's keen eyes caught sight beneath the largest stone of veil-like crystal, faintly luminescent and pulsing with ethereal light. Recognition dawned that this was the relic they had risked so much to find. Eldrin's voice lowered with gravity as he warned that to activate the relic would demand a sacrifice and a profound understanding of its true nature. Such power came with a burden far greater than any of them anticipated. A heated debate unfolded, tensions rising as each member weighed the cost of activation against the mounting darkness. Fear and hope intertwined, their conflicting desires reflected in the flickering shadows around them. Without warning, the veil tore open wildly, a jagged rift allowing shadows to pour through in overwhelming torrents. The barrier between worlds threatened total collapse, unleashing chaos upon their realm. Panic overtook the nearby villagers as they fled the spreading darkness, their long-buried fears manifesting into tangible, twisted forms. The forest echoed with cries and the rustling of desperate flight under the veil of night. Arius took the lead, his sword flashing beneath the waning crescent moon as he fought a desperate rearguard action. Every strike sought to hold the advancing horror at bay, his tattoo burning like a beacon of resilience. Meanwhile, Lyra spread her star cloak wide, casting a protective shield over the fleeing villagers. Each moment of defense sapped her remaining strength, yet her determination to safeguard the innocent never wavered. At a critical breach, Eldrin raised his staff high, chanting in an ancient tongue to halt the largest wave of shadows. Golden runes appeared on the staff, creating a barrier that held long enough to stem the tide of darkness momentarily. The veil's instability worsened, its edges fraying ominously and threatening complete collapse unless swiftly repaired. Time pressed heavily upon the group, the fate of their world hanging in precarious balance. Despite uncertainty, Arius gripped the pulsing veil-like crystal firmly, resolving to activate it and face consequences unknown. His crescent tattoo flared fiercely, signaling the merging of his life force with the relic's ancient power. The crystal blazed with intense light, weaving brilliant threads of radiance and shadow in a delicate dance of balance. This luminous interplay seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the worlds themselves, suspended between revelation and concealment. As the crystal's power surged, Arius felt his crescent tattoo ignite, binding his essence to the relic in a profound union. Pain mingled with strength, and the boundaries between self and artifact blurred in the swirling energy. Calling upon the stars for guidance one last time, Lyra's weakened form bolstered their fragile hope. Her unwavering gaze fixed on the heavens, searching for answers as her cloak dimmed but her spirit held fast. With Eldrin's final ancient incantation echoing through the night, the veil's torn edges began to stabilize. The radiant light spread slowly, weaving a fragile harmony that held the dark at bay, setting the stage for the truth to emerge. The veil begins to reform, shifting in layers to reveal a realm where shadows and light coexist in a delicate harmony. Faint outlines of hidden figures flicker between the interplay of darkness and illumination, hinting at a world both mysterious and alive. Sable emerges once more, her midnight robes less menacing, now flowing with a softer light. Her voice carries a new purpose, revealing that her allegiance lies not with destruction, but with maintaining the fragile balance between realms. Arius approaches cautiously, his crescent-etched sword lowered in trust as he seeks to understand Sable's change. Through their exchange, he uncovers the origins of the shadows, ancient protectors rather than mere threats, woven into the fabric of their world's natural order. Lyra's emerald eyes widen as a stirring prophecy unfolds within her vision. The shadows and light must coexist to sustain the world's vitality, not one to erase the other. Her star-embroidered cloak seems to shimmer with renewed significance, marking a turning point in their path ahead. Eldrin, gripping his rune-carved staff firmly, nods gravely in acceptance. The ancient guardian realizes that their role must shift from imprisonment of shadows to vigilant guardianship, ensuring neither light nor darkness dominates unjustly. The villagers, once fearful, gradually embrace the presence of shadows as essential to their world's cycle. Families gather beneath crescent moons and shifting veils, learning to live with the twilight dances rather than resist them. Together, Arius, Lyra, and Eldrin form a new order, dedicated to preserving the delicate equilibrium. Their symbols, crescent, star, and rune, blend into an emblem of unity, standing as sentinel against imbalance and chaos. The crescent moon hangs calm and steady in the night sky as the veil settles into a harmonious shimmer. Shadows no longer lurk as threats, but flow gently alongside light, creating a serene tapestry across the horizon. The ancient stone circle, once dim and broken, is restored to radiant life. Its carved symbols pulse softly with magical energy, a beacon symbolizing the renewed covenant between the worlds of light and shadow. Standing at the edge of dawn, Arius gazes toward the horizon where first light pierces the balanced veil. Hope glimmers in his deep blue eyes as the new day promises a future shaped by unity and acceptance. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Detective Marlowe crouched beside the shattered glass of the old music shop window. Inside, among the scattered shards and broken strings, lay the body of Victor Chen, the town's renowned harpist. A single, crumpled sheet of music rested in his hand, untitled and unfamiliar. "What were you playing, Victor?" Marlowe whispered, eyes scanning the note for any clue. "The shop owner, Mrs. Grady," appeared from the shadows, clutching her shawl tight. "He came in earlier, scared. Said someone was after the composition he discovered." Marlowe examined the sheet again. The note seemed ordinary, yet there was an odd symbol scratched in the margin. A jagged lightning bolt. He recalled an old town legend about a lost melody hidden within pieces of music that could drive listeners mad. Determined, Marlowe headed to the local library's archives, fingers tracing over dusty ledgers and faded newspaper clippings. There, he found a record of a harpist from decades ago, who vanished after unveiling a captivating tune linked to that very symbol. The pieces fit. Victor had uncovered the same haunting melody, and someone wanted to keep it secret. Back at the shop, Marlowe noticed a locked drawer beneath the counter and a faint humming sound emanating from within. Using a hairpin, he picked the lock. Inside lay a small, intricately carved music box playing the melody from the mysterious sheet. The tune floated eerily in the air. Marlowe felt a strange dizziness, but clenched his jaw in resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the back room, a rival musician desperate to silence Victor and claim the composition. "You don't understand its power," the figure hissed, lunging toward Marlowe. Quick reflexes saved him, and during the scuffle, the music box fell silent as it shattered on the floor. The intruder fled, leaving behind a trail of whispered threats and unfinished secrets. Marlowe secured the scene, deciding to safeguard the sheet music and the broken box pieces, vowing to uncover the full story. As dawn broke, the quiet town stirred, unaware of the melody that almost consumed its soul. Marlowe glanced at the crumpled notes one last time. "Some tunes," he mused, "are better left unplayed." The sky was a permanent ash gray, the sun a dull ember behind clouds of dust. Lena crouched behind the crumbling wall, clutching the faded photograph of her family. She'd heard stories of the world before the fall, forests, oceans, the endless blue sky. But now, survival meant listening to the whispers beneath the ash, the echoes of forgotten days. In the silent ruins, a faint sound caught her attention, a child's laughter. Curious and hesitant, Lena followed the sound through twisted metal and shattered glass. She found a small boy playing with a broken toy car near a rusted playground swing. "You're not alone," he said with a crooked smile, eyes bright against the gray. Together, they navigated the maze of desolation, sharing stories of remnants and hope. They reached an underground shelter, home to a small group still daring to dream. Lena offered her photograph, a token of memory, and received in return a sprout growing from a crack in the concrete. Life finds a way, the boy whispered, pressing the fragile green shoot into her hand. Days passed, and the shelter grew as they shared food, laughter, and plans for a future. Outside, the ash began to settle, revealing patches of earth hungry for light. Together, they planted seeds from salvaged packets, watching tiny sprouts pierce the soil. Hope was no longer a whisper, but a chorus rising amidst the ruins. Lena stood at the edge of the settlement, looking up as a faint blue sky began to break through the haze. "The world isn't over," she said softly. "It's just beginning again." And beneath the lingering ash, life stirred, resilient, persistent, reborn. In the quiet, Lena smiled, knowing that sometimes endings breed the brightest beginnings. At 2:45 a.m., Harper's room flickered with the blue glow of a single screen, desperately scanning through static lines of indecipherable code. For weeks, strange signals had burrowed into her radio's frequency, a series of cryptic pulses that no one else seemed to notice. Tonight, armed with her laptop and a hastily brewed coffee, Harper vowed to decode whatever mystery hid in the noise. The pulses formed patterns, eerily resembling a desperate SOS, but distorted beyond easy recognition. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, piecing fragments of signal into tentative words, phrases, and then something alarming. There was a location embedded deep within the code, coordinates near the abandoned lighthouse on the outskirts of town. Something about the message screamed urgency. Harper's heartbeat quickened as she debated whether to tell anyone. Instinct pushed her out the door, the night air biting but thrilling as she cycled toward the lighthouse, the signal growing stronger. The lighthouse stood solemn against the dark sky, its once bright beam shattered and silent. Inside, dusty shadows clung to peeling walls. The source of the signal seemed to be a broken radio transmitter, humming faintly. Suddenly, a sharp noise, a metallic clang echoed behind her. Harper spun, heart pounding, eyes searching the darkness. From the shadows emerged a thin figure, pale and wild-eyed, muttering about being trapped and unheard for years. Harper realized the radio wasn't just a relic. It was a lifeline for someone lost in isolation, sending signals desperate to be found. "You heard me," the stranger whispered, relief flooding his voice as he clutched Harper's hand. Together, they powered up the transmitter fully, sending a clear SOS into the night, summoning the rescue that had eluded him all this time. Sirens wailed in the distance as Harper stayed by his side, watching the first lights of dawn break over the horizon. The mystery signal had been a cry for help, and now, silence was replaced by hope and safety. Back at her desk, Harper smiled. The static finally resolved into a story of survival and human connection. She leaned back as the morning light filled her room, the screen dark now but her heart still racing. Sometimes, she mused aloud, the faintest signal carries the loudest message. Leela awoke as golden sunlight streamed through her bedroom window, casting warm light that made her auburn hair catch the glow beautifully. The soft rustle of falling leaves outside whispered promises of the day ahead. Jasper, her cheerful tabby cat with a white patch on his chest, circled Leela's feet, purring softly to greet the morning. His playful energy lifted her spirits as she dressed in her favorite earth-toned clothes. Outside, Bramblewood Village stretched before her, bathed in warm autumn colors that painted the trees and cobblestone streets. Fallen leaves created a vibrant carpet, crackling softly under the footsteps of the few early risers. Leela stepped into the crisp mountain air, gripping her small satchel and the carved wooden locket she always wore close to her heart. The cool breeze teased the edges of her clothes as she set off toward the village square. She soon met Mr. Thornberry, the kind elderly gardener in his green tweed vest, who smiled under his thick gray beard as he tended to his plants. He offered her a basket filled with freshly picked apples, their red skins shining like jewels among the leaves. Jasper, unable to resist the lively garden, darted between plants chasing a fluttering leaf, his white chest patch flashing like a beacon. Mr. Thornberry chuckled warmly, watching the cat's antics with gentle eyes. Leela's sharp gaze caught a faint glimmer beneath a pile of colorful leaves near the old stone well in the village square. Her curiosity piqued. She knelt down to investigate, brushing the leaves aside carefully. Beneath the rust-colored leaves lay a small, ornately carved box, sealed tight with a rusty clasp that hinted at long-forgotten secrets. Her fingers trembled slightly as she lifted it into the light, the woodwork intricate and inviting. Opening the box, she found an aged map of the surrounding forest, its edges yellowed with time and marked by strange symbols she didn't recognize. The map seemed to pulse with quiet mystery, promising an adventure beyond the known paths. Mr. Thornberry appeared beside her, his eyes reflecting concern and wisdom beneath his gray brows. He warned gently that the forest held old secrets and forgotten paths that could both enchant and deceive. With determination bright in her eyes, Leela decided to follow the map, Jasper trotting faithfully beside her, his tail flicking in eagerness. She tightened her grip on the wooden locket as a talisman for courage. From a nearby oak tree, Willow the wise old owl with striking amber eyes watched the pair silently, her gaze steady and glowing faintly in the evening light. The glowing lantern in Leela's satchel cast a soft shimmer beneath the ancient branches. As dusk settled over Bramblewood, Leela prepared her lantern, its warm glow contrasting with the growing shadows of the forest edge. She took a deep breath and stepped into the woodland, the crunch of leaves accompanying her every move. The forest shadows deepened thickly, and soft whispers of rustling leaves seemed to follow Leela's footsteps, wrapping the path in eerie sound. A chill prickled her skin as the golden light diminished, replaced by twilight's embrace. Suddenly, a path on the map led them to a hidden glen, but an unexpected fog began to rise, swirling thick and white, obscuring the way forward. The familiar path vanished, replaced with uncertainty and mystery that chilled Leela's heart. Determined, Leela pushed through the mist, relying on Jasper's keen instincts and the steady glow of her lantern to light a narrow way. Her breath came steady as she advanced into the unknown, every sense alert to the forest's shifting moods. Deep within the fog, Leela discovered an ancient stone archway, its surface thick with ivy, matching one of the symbols mapped earlier. The weathered carvings whispered of stories and secrets long buried beneath time and nature's embrace. A sudden chill swept through the clearing as Willow hooted softly from above, her call a solemn signal of caution. The flicker of the lantern cast shadows that danced like ghosts, urging Leela to be vigilant. Crossing beneath the archway, Leela found herself in a clearing where a shimmering pond lay still, its surface reflecting the dimming sky with quiet majesty. The air was thick with the scent of moss and the deep, ancient pulse of the forest. The wooden locket she carried against her chest began to warm gently, radiating a comforting heat like a silent guide. Leela felt a connection deep within, as if the forest itself acknowledged her presence. Jasper pawed excitedly at a rippling spot in the pond's glassy surface, revealing a submerged wooden box that stirred beneath the water. Heart pounding, Leela carefully reached in to retrieve the box, its wood matching the crafted motifs they had seen throughout their journey. Inside the box, she found a faded letter, its delicate script hinting at a long-lost family connection to Bramblewood. The words spoke of love, loss, and secrets entwined with the very roots of the village's history. As she read, shadows flickered at the edge of the clearing, and a gentle voice seemed to echo softly through the trees, carrying whispers of the past. Leela's senses sharpened, caught between the natural and the spectral. The fog thickened once more, wrapping the clearing in a dense, otherworldly veil. Leela's heart fluttered with a mixture of fear and excitement, tethered to the mystery that pulled her deeper into the forest's secret heart. Following the letter's cryptic clues, Leela navigated carefully through twisted roots and fallen branches, her path illuminated by the steady glow of her lantern and Jasper's nimble steps. Together, they moved forward into what felt like another time, where every shadow promised a new discovery. As Leela wandered deeper into the twilight woods, she stumbled upon a carved wooden statue standing solemnly among the fallen leaves. Its intricate features resembled a guardian of the forest, both majestic and mysterious. In the soft glow of her lantern, the statue's eyes seemed to glint with an otherworldly shimmer, hinting at a hidden magic woven into the grain of the wood. The air around it grew still, as if the forest itself held its breath. Her heart raced suddenly when she heard footsteps crunching softly through the fog, breaking the silence of the evening. Leela turned swiftly, alert for whatever or whoever was approaching. Emerging from the mist was Mr. Thornberry, dressed in his familiar green tweed vest, his kind eyes twinkling beneath his thick gray beard. He confessed that he had quietly watched over the forest's secrets for decades, waiting for the right moment. With a warm smile, Mr. Thornberry began sharing tales of Bramblewood's forgotten past, emphasizing the delicate balance of protecting the village's heritage. Together, their voices mingled with the rustling autumn leaves, weaving a tapestry of history and hope. Side by side, they studied the map anew, their fingers tracing the faded lines until a path emerged, leading to an ancient tree marked by a symbol matching Leela's wooden locket. A newfound purpose sparked within her, fueling their onward journey. As they walked beneath the canopy, Jasper's keen eyes caught a subtle trail of glowing leaves scattered gently along the forest floor. The luminous path lit their way, casting dancing shadows among the towering trunks. They soon arrived at the ancient tree, its bark deeply engraved with runes identical to those etched onto both the box and Leela's cherished locket. The tree seemed alive, its presence commanding and timeless. Carefully, Leela placed the wooden box into a hollow in the tree's trunk. Immediately, a soft golden light pulsed from within, illuminating the runes and sending a warm glow into the surrounding woods. In response to the light, the dense fog that had lingered throughout the forest began to lift, unveiling a breathtaking vista beyond the trees. The landscape stretched out like a hidden treasure waiting to be rediscovered. Without warning, Willow swooped down silently from above, her striking amber eyes meeting Leela's before she gently dropped a small key into her open hand. Then, with a flutter, the wise owl vanished back into the twilight. Leela's fingers trembled slightly as she found the key perfectly fit a hidden compartment in the wooden box. Opening, it revealed an old photograph, yellowed with time yet filled with smiling faces beneath the very same ancient tree. The photograph showed ancestors of Leela gathered together during an autumn festival, their joy captured in the golden light of the past. It was a poignant glimpse into a lineage deeply rooted in Bramblewood's traditions. A gentle warmth spread through Leela's chest, a quiet acknowledgement of her connection to this history and the forest's enduring spirit. She felt the weight and wonder of legacy settle within her heart. Suddenly, distant sounds, soft music and laughter, echoed through the forest, as if carried on the breeze from another time. The melody stirred memories of celebrations long past, filling the night with a renewed sense of magic. Mr. Thornberry explained that once a year, the village held a festival celebrating the forest's magic every autumn, a cherished tradition now forgotten by many. The stories he shared painted vivid pictures of joy, community, and reverence for nature's gifts. Inspired by these revelations, Leela felt a newfound sense of purpose burgeoning within her, to revive the festival and ensure the spirit of Bramblewood lived on. Her resolve was as steady as the glowing lanterns surrounding them. Together, they began gathering offerings from the forest floor, fallen leaves, pine cones, and bright berries, each piece a token of nature's bounty and part of the celebration to come. Their hands moved with joyful intent, crafting the foundation of a new tradition. Returning to the village, Leela and Mr. Thornberry excitedly shared their discoveries with the townsfolk. Sparked by their enthusiasm, a wave of curiosity and anticipation blossomed among the community. Villagers eagerly began crafting decorations and lanterns inspired by the forest's beauty and the ancient symbols rediscovered. The air buzzed with creative energy, and the soft glow of lantern light promised a festival unlike any other. Leela took charge of organizing the festival's layout, using the glowing leaves found by Jasper to guide visitors along winding village paths. The illuminated trail promised to lead everyone safely through the magical evening. Meanwhile, Jasper darted playfully between the lantern-lit trees, chasing children's laughter and weaving joy through the gathering crowds. His cheerful antics brought smiles and warmth to the crisp autumn night. From her high perch, Willow watched quietly over the village, her striking amber eyes reflecting every glowing lantern below. Her presence was a comforting emblem of wisdom and protection throughout the festivities. The festival officially began with music and laughter echoing through the crisp air, mingling with the warm aromas of spiced apple cider. The village came alive, wrapped in the enchantment of the moment and the promise of a cherished tradition renewed. Leela donned her earth-toned dress, the carved wooden locket resting close to her heart and shining softly under the lantern light. Surrounded by the vibrant celebration, she felt more connected than ever to her heritage and the magic of Bramblewood. As the festival reached its peak, the ancient tree suddenly glowed with a warm, magical light that bathed the entire village in a soft amber hue. The shimmering glow seemed to pulse in harmony with the falling autumn leaves, as if the tree itself was blessing Bramblewood and its inhabitants. Leela stepped beneath the ancient tree, her earth-toned clothes blending with the surroundings, and felt an overwhelming presence of generations who had celebrated here before her. She closed her eyes briefly, sensing the joyous spirits of ancestors swirling around, celebrating together in the cool autumn air. Around her, the villagers formed a wide circle, their faces lit by glowing lanterns and filled with smiles and stories. They shared memories of the forest's wonders, their voices woven together by the forest's enduring spirit that connected them all across time. Curled contentedly at Leela's feet, Jasper purred softly, his white chest patch gleaming faintly in the lantern light. The peaceful atmosphere around them made his cheerful nature even more evident as he basked in the comforting embrace of the celebration. Mr. Thornberry, wearing his trademark green tweed vest, smiled warmly as he watched Leela, sensing that the time had come. He felt proud to pass on the guardianship of the forest's sacred secrets to her, knowing the tradition would continue in capable hands. High above, Willow watched with striking amber eyes, her soft hoot resonating through the night. The gentle call symbolized the deepening bond between the natural world and the village community, a quiet assurance that harmony would endure. As night deepened, rows of lanterns illuminated the villagers' faces, casting a glow that reflected hope, warmth, and unity. Each handcrafted wooden lantern seemed to hold a small piece of the forest's magic, brightening the darkening sky. Silent amidst the soft murmurs of the crowd, Leela whispered a heartfelt promise to protect Bramblewood's magic and keep its traditions alive forever. Her voice carried a quiet determination as the carved wooden locket hung close to her heart, a symbol of her new role. The festival slowly waned with a final heartfelt song, its notes echoing beneath the stars and through the rustling autumn leaves. The melody wove past the glowing lanterns and into the night, a lasting tribute to the village's enduring spirit. With Jasper trotting happily beside her, Leela walked home beneath the gentle glow of the remaining lanterns. The peaceful future ahead felt illuminated not just by light, but by love, tradition, and the magic of Bramblewood's ever-watchful forest. Ava stood on the rooftop, rain slicking shards of glass reflecting neon lights beneath her. She gripped the ancient circuit pendant hanging from her neck tightly, her violet eyes absorbing every fractured reflection of the sprawling city below. In a dimly lit room with flickering bulbs, Kale methodically adjusted the worn joints of his mechanical arm. Outside, shadows danced with the passing crowds, their hurried movements contrasting his focused solitude. Lyra hovered near the cluttered workbench, her spherical blue core pulsing gently in the dim light. With precision, she scanned layers of encrypted data, algorithms shifting like the shards of shattered glass around her. A cryptic message flashed suddenly on Ava's holopad, fragmented lines of code interspersed with a broken glass symbol. The city's rain-drenched neon reflected subtly against the screen, mirroring the confusion in her eyes. Massive screens across the city suddenly flickered, presenting a glimpse of the overseer's faceless hologram framed by floating shards of glass before scrambling into static. The ominous warning rippled through the fabric of the neon-lit metropolis. In a narrow alley bathed in fading neon graffiti, Kale's intense eyes met Ava's as he approached silently. An urgent tension clung to the air, the city's dimming lights echoing their unspoken concerns. Lyra projected a shimmering 3D map, red nodes flashing erratically over the unstable sectors, threatening to fracture the city's grid. Each pulsing point mirrored the increasing fragility of time itself. At her cluttered desk scattered with shards of broken glass, Ava leaned in, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured code she painstakingly decoded. The patterns seemed to twist and fragment with each attempt, mocking her resolve. They strategized in hushed tones, the dark alley around them alive with flickers of neon light. The plan to infiltrate the central network hub carried the weight of shattered memories and uncertain futures. Ava's fingers tightened around the small device resembling her pendant, wires glowing faintly blue as she made final adjustments. The pulsing light mirrored Lyra's core, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Ava's mind fractured, as if her memories slipped through shattered glass, folding images of a lost friend into indistinct blurs. The visage dissolved into glitching shards that danced behind her closed eyelids. Kale equipped his mechanical arm, revealing a concealed interface humming with latent power. Despite its wear, the arm's resilience gleamed as he prepared for the digital storm ahead. Like a silent shadow, Lyra slipped through narrow vents toward the city's network heart. Her core brightened as she sent pulses forward, weaving through the tangled data streams like shards of glass in a maze. Abruptly, the city plunged into darkness. Neon lights shattered into voids of colorless blackness. The sudden silence was unsettling, broken only by the distant drip of rain on fractured glass. Ava and Kale exchanged tense, knowing glances amid the quiet streets shadowed by failing neon. Alarms echoed faintly, a chilling reminder that the stakes were no less than their memories and lives. Within the digital network, Lyra confronted a firewall whose edges shimmered and morphed like broken fragments of glass slicing through the data. Its shifting form challenged her every attempt to advance. Navigating through dark, neon-dappled alleyways, Ava and Kale moved with extreme caution. Reflections fractured and flickered across wet pavement, distorting reality as time seemed to unravel around them. Without warning, a swarm of intercepted drones encircled Lyra, their movements sharp and coordinated. Her blue core pulsed rapidly, alarmed as she scrambled to decode the persistent, fragmented signature within. Kale's mechanical arm flared to life, plasma emitters igniting as he battled security bots in sudden bursts of light. Sparks flew, illuminating the night in stark contrast to the dimming neon skyline. Ava knelt before a cracked terminal, inserting the pendant-like device which glowed faintly blue. Her hands trembled slightly, the risky override casting fractured reflections of hope and dread across her face. Suddenly, the Overseer's hologram materialized amidst floating shards of fractured glass, its faceless form menacing and sharp. It spoke in cold echoes, warning of dire consequences should they proceed further. Lyra narrowly escaped the tightening digital trap, her core pulsing with urgent intensity as the code fought back with ever-growing resistance. Frustrated yet undeterred, she retreated to regroup and regroup. Memories surged violently within Ava's mind, visions of a city before its fracture flooded her in wavelets. Faces blurred behind glitching glass fragments, the lost friend's image obscured, elusive as a fading dream. Kale hacked a utility grid beneath the neon glow, sending cascades of flickering lights through the city. The sudden bursts masked their movements, turning shadowy streets into a fragmented dance of light and dark. Beneath the city's foundations, they uncovered a hidden chamber lined with fragmented mirrors reflecting tangled realities. Each surface fractured their reflections and distorted time, hinting at deeper secrets beneath the fractured world. Lyra's blue core pulses rapidly as she projects streams of coded warnings across the dimmed cityscape, cautioning that any further tampering with the network could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Flickering data cascades like shattered glass shards, reflecting the urgency imbued in her synthetic voice. Ava studies the warning carefully, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured patterns on every digital screen around them. Suddenly, through a haze of glitching holograms, Ava glimpses a spectral image flickering like broken glass, an apparition of her lost friend. The figure's features are distorted, fragmented between reality and memory, tugging at emotions buried deep. The ancient circuit pendant around Ava's neck seems to resonate faintly, as if reacting to the apparition's presence. In a quiet corner, Kale's mechanical arm emits an unstable hum, joints trembling with an odd current. Doubt shadows his ash-gray eyes as he questions their chances against the Overseer's growing control. Yet, his grip on Ava's shoulder strengthens, determination flickering in the worn but resilient mechanisms of his limb. The Overseer responds with ruthless aggression, intensifying its digital assault. Waves of corrupt data ripple through the city's once vibrant holograms. Shattered glass motifs fracture further, casting eerie reflections as neon lights dim under the assault. The faceless entity's presence looms large, its fragmented holograms shifting unsettlingly in the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Ava deciphers a hidden pattern woven in the digital shards, fragments of trapped memories scattered within the corrupted system. They are broken, yet not lost, hinting at a path to recovery. Her pendant flickers softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of displaced time and fractured reality. The trio rushes into a chamber where the digital and physical worlds blend, the air thick with distortion. Reality itself cracks around them, splintering like shattered glass as time fragments warp the environment. Neon hues flicker unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the fractured space. Lyra sacrifices part of her core energy, the blue light dimming briefly, to stabilize the shifting digital environment enveloping them. Sparks fly in cascades of faint light, and a temporary calm settles over the chaos. Her sacrifice anchors the turbulent data streams, granting the team precious moments to act. As the fracturing threatens to overwhelm Ava's senses, Kale catches her firmly, his mechanical arm steady despite its earlier instability. His quiet strength becomes a lifeline amid the disorienting distortions. Together, they resist the pull of the fragmented reality surrounding them. They activate the pendant device, its ancient circuits humming as shards of broken glass motifs begin to realign. The scattered fragments coalesce into clearer, coherent patterns, revealing glimpses of the fractured network's underlying structure. The ambient light shifts subtly, reflecting renewed hope. Suddenly, the environment glitches violently, forcing them to confront warped reflections of themselves within the surrounding mirrors. These distorted doubles flicker unpredictably, embodying fears and uncertainties lurking beneath their surfaces. The shadows of fractured selves threaten to consume their resolve. Ava delves into her fragmented memories, piecing together shards to uncover the cause of the city's fracture and her hidden role in its unfolding. Each recovered moment gleams like polished glass, casting light on the distorted timeline. Her violet eyes narrow, determination sharpening with understanding. Meanwhile, Kale battles internal fears as his mechanical parts resonate with an unfamiliar frequency, blurring lines between man and machine. The wear in his arm's joints now pulses with a strange energy, symbolizing an unsettling transformation. He grapples with the essence of his humanity amid the mechanical symphony. Lyra recalibrates her core, syncing its pulsing blue light with Ava's pendant in a harmonious frequency. Their combined energies weave the fractured data streams into a tentative semblance of unity. The air buzzes softly, as if the network itself breathes in concert with them. The Overseer's shattered holograms crack further under the synchronized force, exposing vulnerabilities beneath its cold digital facade. Glimpses of fractured code ripple where once impermeable control reigned, signaling a potential turning point. The faceless entity's presence flickers, hinting at unseen weaknesses. Ava and Kale coordinate a synchronized override, their movements precise as they interface with the network's corrupted memory bank. Digital shards swirl like storm-tossed glass around them, every pulse reflecting their violet and ash-gray eyes. The system shudders, caught between collapse and revival. Neon lights across the city pulse rhythmically, mirroring the network's unstable heartbeat as the override progresses. Reflections of Ava's violet eyes flicker through every screen, interlacing with the fractured time motifs. The tension heightens, every beat feels like a fragile moment poised on the edge of collapse. Flashes of restored memories burst across the urban skyline, faces, places, and fleeting moments briefly returned, but fading as quickly as they arrive. Each fragment dances like shards of broken glass, catching light before vanishing. The city seems caught in a breathless limbo between past and present. Lyra's blue core stabilizes into a steady glow, anchoring the team amid the shifting digital landscape around them. Her light pulses with calm certainty, offsetting the frantic flutter of fractured data. Together, they stand resilient as the environment gradually regains coherence. The Overseer's voice reverberates one final time, a chilling echo delivering a last warning before dissolving into fragments of broken glass. Its presence shatters, scattering holographic shards that drift like spectral dust in the dim air. A silence falls, heavy and expectant, over the now-quiet cityscape. Ava and Kale brace themselves as the network shudders, the culmination of their efforts imminent but uncertain. The fractured motifs swirl more rapidly, reflecting the tension that grips them both. Time feels fragmented, hovering between possibility and consequence. The pendant device suddenly unlocks a hidden sequence. Patterns shift and pulse, revealing the true origin of the city's fractured timeline. Symbols glow like ancient circuitry, etched in shattered glass, speaking to secrets long buried. A new understanding dawns just beyond reach. Ava steps into a chamber bathed in light and fractured reflections, where distinctions between past and present blur. She moves with purposeful calm among the broken images, the circuit pendant glowing brightly against her silver hair. Time itself seems suspended, waiting for resolution. Kale supports Ava closely as she interfaces directly with the network's core, their energies intertwining. Memories and data streams converge, forming luminous pathways between fractured fragments. His mechanical arm hums steadily, a symbol of their joint perseverance. Lyra projects serene images of a time before fracture, streets alive with harmony beneath glowing neon skies. The city pulses with unbroken life, a stark contrast to the current shattered reality. These visions inspire the team, fueling the hope for restoration. The network pulses powerfully, shattering the last barriers of corrupted data in a surge of glowing shards. A reset looms, its promise shining through uncertainty and cost. The fractured glass motifs cascade around them, symbolizing both destruction and the seed of renewal. Ava's mind races as clarity strikes. The fracture, the distorted reality, all stemmed from her desperate attempt to alter time and save her friend. Her violet eyes reflect fragmented shards of memories once hidden, now painfully clear. The ancient circuit pendant rests heavy against her chest, echoing the weight of her actions. She wrestles with a tormenting choice: maintain this altered reality and endure its lingering pain, or restore the true flow of time and sacrifice precious memories. Each option carries fracture and loss, mirroring the shattered glass motifs surrounding her. Ava feels the heaviness of her decision deepen as the city dims around her. Kale steps close, his mechanical arm steady yet worn, offering silent strength. "Our strength," he says softly, "comes from facing reality together, no matter how broken or fragmented it may be." His ash-gray hair shifts slightly in the neon glow, anchoring Ava in the present. With newfound resolve, Ava initiates the reset sequence, watching as the fractured glass motifs begin to mend and radiate with an otherworldly glow. The digital screens flicker, reflecting her violet eyes, steady and determined. The city shifts, its neon lights intensifying amid the restoration. The overseer's shards dissolve into streams of brilliant light, unraveling digital chains that bound the city. The oppressive holograms fracture further until only luminescent fragments drift away like ephemeral sparks. Freedom flickers within every restored pixel of the metropolis. Neon lights blaze boldly for the first time in days, casting reflections on whole, unshattered glass surfaces that line the streets. The distorted reality recedes, replaced by clarity and vibrancy as the city breathes anew. Ava's pendant catches the light, its circuits glowing softly against her skin. Amid the renewed calm, Ava glimpses her lost friend's memory, restored yet subtly altered, like a fresh reflection trembling on a still pond. The moment lingers, bittersweet yet filled with hope. Fragments of the past and present merge gently within her heart. Kale's mechanical arm hums with a steady pulse, its worn resilience symbolizing balance between what was and what lies ahead. It feels fully integrated, a vessel of strength forged through shared trials. The arm's intricate mechanisms shimmer faintly in the restored neon illumination. Lyra's core glows warmly, pulsing gently as she hovers beside Ava and Kale. The trio stands silhouetted against the revitalized cityscape, united and strong. Their combined presence feels like a beacon of enduring hope amid infinite possibilities. Ava smiles softly, her fingers brushing the ancient circuit pendant that has never left her side. Beneath a dawning sky of whole reflections, the city breathes anew, filled with unbroken light and endless potential. In this fragile piece, the future unfolds, framed by shattered pasts now mended. Right when Mark opened his lunchbox, it was empty. "Where did my sandwich go?" he muttered. He peeked under the table, no sandwich. He checked his backpack, also no sandwich. Mark's friend Lily spotted him. "Lost your lunch?" she asked with a grin. Yep, someone stole my sandwich, Mark declared dramatically, waving an empty wrapper. Determined, they started a serious investigation around the cafeteria. They interrogated the class hamster, who only squeaked back. Then they asked Mr. Brown, the janitor, who shrugged with a chuckle. Next, they surveyed the suspects: Tommy, the cookie thief; Sarah, the sneaky soda sipper; and Jenny, who always had crumbs. Jenny claimed innocence, dusting imaginary crumbs from her sleeves. Tommy looked suspiciously content, licking chocolate off his fingers. Lily found a suspicious trail of lettuce leaves, leading towards the teacher's lounge. Mark followed, whispering, "This is it, the breakthrough." They peeked inside and saw the teacher, Mr. Clark, happily munching on what looked exactly like Mark's sandwich. "Caught red-handed, Mr. Clark laughed and said, "I thought someone left this for me." Mark rolled his eyes. "Next time, just ask." As a peace offering, Mr. Clark promised to buy Mark a new sandwich every day this week. Mark grinned. "Deal, but only if Tommy shares his cookies too." Lily snorted. "Looks like our investigation turned into a snack party." They all laughed together, the mystery solved and hunger satisfied. And from that day on, Mark's lunches stayed mysteriously untouched, except during snack parties. Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat, it was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the peril steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite, comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. These ancient stones, he explained, once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering. Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the earth's embrace. Kaelin's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerge twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kaelin draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kaelin from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kaelin shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kaelin returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kaelin exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The Guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The Guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The Guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The Guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed anew, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kalen prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding, unfolded as truths long masked by darkness, surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. Under a deep indigo sky embroidered with twinkling stars, Eris stands quietly, her silver hair catching the soft, celestial light. A gentle yet unshakable pull stirs within her, drawing her thoughts toward an ancient prophecy whispered through the ages. In the warm glow of his chamber, Elder Thalos unfurls a weathered scroll, its edges brittle with time. He points to an image of a delicate veil separating two realms, his voice heavy with warning that the veil's power is waning on this very night. Kalen approaches from the shadows, his tall frame adorned with celestial tattoos that pulse gently with radiant light. Meeting Eris's gaze, he pledges his unwavering protection along her foretold journey, the stars reflecting fiercely in his steady eyes. Suddenly, the peaceful night fractures as shadow wraiths emerge from the forest's edge, their faceless forms marked by ominous glowing red. They slide silently, yet threat looms palpable, their presence turning the tranquil hues to sharp crimson. Eris seizes the crystal star staff from Elder Thalos's grasp. Its luminous glow flickers precariously as the wraiths close in. She tightens her grip, the staff's light casting trembling patterns that dance against the surrounding darkness. Before them, the veil dissolves into a visible shimmer, a translucent curtain of ethereal light dividing the celestial stars from the mortal world below. Its presence hums with ancient power, both fragile and infinite. With determination, Eris steps through the shimmering veil, entering a realm alive with swirling constellations and radiant celestial wonders. The air pulses with the energy of countless stars, illuminating her path through the cosmic expanse. Kalen follows closely, his armor catching and reflecting the distant starlight, making him appear as a beacon amidst the unfamiliar celestial surroundings. Together, they move cautiously, eyes alert to the mysteries and dangers that lie ahead. The wraiths cross the veil's threshold, their forms writhing menacingly as the outer realm shudders in response. The cosmic light twists erratically, signaling turmoil and the fragility of the boundary between worlds. A glimmer beneath the stars catches Eris's eye. There, embedded in the ground, lies a radiant star fragment pulsing softly. She senses its importance immediately, as though it carries the very essence of power needed to sway fate. Echoing in her mind, Elder Thalos's dire warning visits her. This glowing fragment holds the dual power to seal or shatter the veil. Its fate now rests uncertain in her hands, burdening her with grave responsibility. Raising the star fragment, Eris feels her violet eyes flare with intensified light, a ripple coursing through the starry realm in resonance. The energy around her vibrates, responding to the fragment's awakening force. Kalen's vigilance sharpens as a wraith lunges toward them. He conjures a shield of brilliant celestial light, intercepting the strike. His tattoos blaze brighter, the shield's radiance momentarily pushing back the encroaching darkness. The veil flickers violently in response to the clash, trembling as if on the brink of rupture. Unseen forces strain against the fabric of the boundary, threatening to unravel the divide between worlds. Eris's heart tightens with realization. Her choice now carries the fate of both realms. Hesitation grips her, weighed down by the rising stakes and the uncertain consequences of her decision. The wraiths close in, surrounding Eris and Kalen with unnerving certainty. Their forms multiply unnaturally, pressing the attack with relentless shadows that grow more menacing with every moment. Kalen's celestial tattoos flare with fierce light as he summons a spear shaped like a constellation. With swift precision, he strikes back against the unseen enemy, the spear glowing brightly as it swings through the air. Drawing upon the star fragment's potent energy, Eris projects beams of shimmering light that sear through encroaching darkness. Her power holds the advancing wraiths at bay, though the effort strains her very being. The veil pulses erratically, its shimmering border quivering under the violent exchanges. The delicate balance between the realms weakens visibly, threatening to collapse with each surge of battle. Out of the veil's trembling surface emerges a shadowy figure, a lost starborn spirit cloaked in faint celestial glow. Its presence is urgent, pleaded eyes, seeking Eris's aid as the cosmos teeters toward greater peril. The spirit's voice trembles as it warns Eris of a looming darkness far greater than the wraiths, one that threatens the entire cosmic order. Its plea ignites a spark of alarm and curiosity within her heart. Clouded with doubt, Eris struggles to decide whether to trust the enigmatic spirit. A deeper mystery seems to unfold around them, shifting the very fabric of their understanding. Momentarily, the wraiths withdraw, retreating into shadows to gather strength. Above the veil, a dark storm swirls violently, its red hues casting ominous light over the celestial fight. Kalen's voice cuts through the tension as he counsels vigilance, preparing for the next confrontation. His tattoos flicker nervously, a reflection of the looming threat awaiting their resolve. The starborn spirit reveals the existence of a hidden celestial forge, a place of ancient power pivotal to restoring balance to the veil. This revelation offers a glimmer of hope and a new direction amid the gathering dangers. Eris took a deep breath, her violet eyes glowing softly as she chose to follow the ethereal spirit deeper into the celestial realm's mysteries. Each step felt lighter yet filled with the weight of destiny, the shimmering stars above guiding her into the unknown. Around them, the stars shifted and realigned, forming new constellations unfamiliar yet beckoning. These celestial patterns glowed in deep purples and blues, casting a mystic light that traced their path through the vastness. Suddenly, jagged star-shaped portals burst open from the darkness, and shadow wraiths emerged, their glowing red marks contrasting sharply against the sky. With no time to hesitate, Eris and Kaelin braced themselves for the oncoming ambush. Thinking quickly, Eris raised the star fragment, summoning a radiant dome of celestial light that pulsed protectively. The dome shimmered with intricate star patterns, momentarily shielding them from the wraith's attacks. Kaelin moved with calm precision, his celestial tattoos glowing intensely as he struck with his spear crackling with cosmic energy. Each foe that fell seemed to dissolve into stardust under his swift assault. After the fierce battle, they reached the forge, a majestic, ancient structure ablaze with celestial fire and pulsating power. The forge radiated warmth amid the cool cosmos, its glowing hues of deep blue and violet bathing the surroundings. The lost spirit appeared beside Eris once more, its form flickering as it beckoned her to place the star fragment into the heart of the forge. The crystal star staff in Elder Thalos's vision seemed to pulse in response, echoing the moment's importance. As Eris nestled the fragment within the forge's core, the veil pulsed violently, distorting between realms. A shadowy rift tore open, releasing a massive dark entity whose form seemed to consume the very stars themselves. The entity's presence snuffed out nearby stars, replacing their celestial light with an encroaching cold void. The cosmic balance teetered as the surrounding space shifted to ominous red tones reflecting the danger. Kaelin stepped forward, his celestial tattoos dimming as he confronted the dark force, but his cosmic energy struggled against its overwhelming shadowy power. His strikes rang hollow as the entity absorbed the light around them. In the chaos, Eris felt a sudden, calming voice echo within her mind. It was Elder Thalos urging her to awaken the starborn heritage that lay dormant. Her eyes flared brighter, feelings intertwining with an ancient power waiting to emerge. Focusing deeply, Eris's celestial tattoos ignited in a brilliant cascade of violet and silver light, her energy surging through her veins like a river of stars. The glow expanded outward, illuminating the battlefield with intensity. Drawing strength from the vast starry sky, she channeled their combined energy into a radiant force that pushed back the persistent darkness engulfing them. The cosmic clash shook the celestial realm, stars twinkling in defiance. The dark entity shrieked, its form shattering as fragments dissolved into sparkling star dust and faint glimmers of fading light. The oppressive cold ebbed, replaced by a renewed warmth spreading through the realm. With the threat quelled, the veil mended, its shimmering translucent curtain stabilized, winking with renewed celestial light as it bridged the intertwined realms once more. Peace seemed momentarily restored under the twinkling universe. The lost spirit smiled gratefully, its shape becoming one with a newly formed constellation that shone peacefully in the night sky. Freed at last, it became a beacon, a guide among the stars for future travelers. Eris and Kaelin shared a glance filled with relief and understanding, the ordeal forging a deeper bond between them, their glowing eyes reflecting unspoken promises. Together, they breathed in the calm after the storm, ready for what might come. The once vibrant forge began to dim, its celestial fires waning as its purpose concluded, but a faint glowing sigil emerged on Eris's palm. The mark pulsed softly, a subtle reminder of the power now intertwined with her fate. Setting off on their journey back, the stars lit their warm path, the celestial realm responding with peaceful hues of blue and purple. Their steps were steady, illuminated by the gentle cosmic energy surrounding them. The night sky settled into a tranquil canvas, revealing a universe delicately balanced between light and shadow. It spoke of calm, but also whispered that the equilibrium remained fragile and ever-changing. Beneath the veil, Elder Thalos awaited their return, his eyes gleaming with newfound respect and renewed hope. The crystal star atop his staff glowed steadily, a sign that destiny's wheels continued turning. Eris recounted the saga of the Forge and the Starborn Spirit, the ancient prophecy held within the scroll now fulfilled. Her voice carried weight, weaving together fact and fate beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Kaelin knelt beside her, devotion clear as he pledged to remain at her side beyond the looming horizon. His vow resonated quietly, binding him to the path ahead and to Eris's luminous journey. The cosmic sigil on Eris's palm pulsed faintly, an omen of trials yet to come, hinting at shadows lurking beyond the restored balance. Its gentle glow reminded them both that vigilance must be constant. Together, they prepared to guard the veil vigilantly, fully aware that though order was restored, the balance remained delicate. Their intertwined destinies and shared resolve set the stage for all that awaited beyond the stars. Eris traced her fingers over the sigil, feeling a surge of light pulsing beneath her skin. Suddenly, visions blossomed before her eyes, stars that had yet to grace the night sky, twinkling with ancient promise. This celestial guidance pointed her toward the path she must take next, intertwining fate and hope. A subtle disturbance rippled through the cosmos, a tremor of imbalance Eris could almost hear. Her glowing violet eyes narrowed in concern as she felt the celestial harmony falter in a distant corner, warning of shadows stirring beyond her sight. An unseen threat was creeping closer, wrapped in the dark tones of danger. Kalen moved with a focused intensity beneath the deep purple night, his celestial tattoos shimmering brighter with each controlled breath. With every strike and parry, he channeled the cosmic energy into his armor, mastering its glowing power. His renewed purpose was clear, to stand as an unyielding guardian in the coming storm. Beneath the vast night sky, Elder Thalos wove intricate wards around the shimmering veil, his staff's crystal star blazing with unwavering light. Threads of starlight intertwined with his spells, fortifying the barrier that balanced fate's delicate weave. The wards pulsed softly, a luminous promise of protection amid encroaching darkness. The veil itself shimmered softly in the nocturnal hues, casting a radiant beacon into the heavens. Around it, other starborn souls began to gather, drawn by its luminous refuge. Their forms shimmered faintly as they found solace beneath the veil's protective embrace, a sanctuary amidst the cosmic expanse. Under the open night sky, Eris sat cross-legged, her gaze steady and serene. Her violet eyes glowed gently, a quiet power radiating from within as she meditated on the stars' silent wisdom. The celestial light around her flickered in harmony, a silent song of strength and resolve. Far beyond the stars, the fading remnants of the dark entity dissolved into nothingness, a final wisp of shadow extinguished by cosmic light. The red marks that once bled through the darkness vanished, restoring balance to the celestial tapestry. It was a fleeting glimpse of victory, reminding them of the fragile peace secured. Silhouetted against the vibrant night heavens, Eris and Kalen stood side by side atop a hill. Their forms solid and unyielding, framed by deep blue and purple hues swirling overhead. Together, they kept vigilant watch, guardians bound by purpose and the glowing stars above. The veil swayed gently, alive with shimmering cosmic energy that twinkled like distant galaxies. Its translucent fabric shifted in the soft night breeze, a living emblem of fate's intricate design. The celestial light that wove through it promised enduring hope and the ongoing dance of destinies intertwined. As dawn neared, Eris and Kalen stepped forward into a path illuminated by starlight and shadows alike. Their journey would continue, bound forever to the mysteries of the cosmos and the realms they vowed to protect. Together, they embraced the infinite secrets held beneath the endless sky. Beneath the crescent moon's dim glow, Aaron traced intricate symbols with focused determination, their silver tattoo faintly luminous against pale skin. Each mark seemed alive, pulsing subtly as if resonating with a hidden power. Outside the ancient temple, Soren stood firm under the sable sky, his grip tightening around the worn obsidian blade. The darkness pressed in, but his stoic expression betrayed no fear, only readiness for what was to come. An unsettling shadow flickered briefly on the temple's weathered walls, unnoticed by both guardian and seer. The sable light shimmered momentarily, casting a strange shift in the atmosphere that set nerves on edge. From the swirling mist emerged Leora, cloaked in shifting shadows, her sharp emerald eyes locked onto Aaron's glowing tattoo with an unreadable intensity. She moved silently, an enigma appearing at the edge of their fate. Aaron felt an abrupt chill crawl down their spine and looked up, only to see Leora vanish as mysteriously as she had appeared, swallowed by the deepening darkness. The fading glow of the tattoo flickered in response, as if warning of unseen threats. Soren's voice cut through the silence, grave and unwavering, cautioning Eren about a new darkness rising alongside the sable light, an all-consuming shadow that could engulf everything they knew. His eyes never left the horizon's blackening edge. The crescent moon overhead intensified its ethereal glow, casting longer, deeper shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around the ancient stone temple. The sable light deepened, as if drawing power from the growing tension. In a sudden vision, Eren saw fractured realms torn asunder, jagged voids creeping closer with insidious hunger. Reality itself quaked on the brink of unraveling, threatening to dissolve into endless night. Leora's silhouette blurred and merged with the sable light's ever-shifting form, and unexpectedly, the edge of Soren's obsidian blade began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The weapon's reflection revealed truths yet to be spoken. Beneath the sable light's eerie sheen, ancient runes etched on Soren's obsidian blade glimmered to life, revealing a cryptic message written in a forgotten tongue. The symbols hinted at a key to confronting the encroaching darkness. Deciding there was no turning back, Eren and Soren resolved to seek out the mysterious source of the sable light. Their shared purpose strengthened amidst the mounting shadow, threatening to consume their world. As if responding to their resolve, the temple's colossal doors, carved with steady crescents, creaked open slowly, revealing a pathway shrouded in shifting sable light. Beyond lay unknown trials and veiled truths. Stepping together, they entered a realm where shadows wove around them like living threads, the pulse of Eren's silver tattoo guiding their path. The air was thick with silent murmurs and the weight of ancient secrets. A whispering wind carried fragmented voices, their warnings fragmented and haunting, foretelling dangers lurking just beyond perception. The spectral echoes stirred unease, pressing them onward with both caution and dread. At a twisting crossroads, shadows bent unnaturally, warping the sable light until reality itself seemed fragile and distorted. Every step forward heightened the stakes, each choice tangled in the weaving shadows. Leora emerged once more from the hovering darkness, her cryptic guidance speaking of balance between light and dark realms. Her presence was both unsettling and necessary, a pivot between their fears and the truths to come. Suddenly, Eren's tattoo flashed violently, flooding their mind with visions of past guardians locked in battle against relentless shadows. The weight of legacy coursed through them, binding history to the present struggle. Without hesitation, Soren defended Eren as shadow beasts clawed through the sable light's depths, their twisted forms relentless and ferocious. His obsidian blade carved protective arcs, shielding the seer from the encroaching peril. In the midst of chaos, Soren's blade shattered a dense shadow veil veiling their way and revealed a hidden chamber beyond. The air inside hummed with uneasy power, the secrets of ages waiting to be uncovered. Within the chamber, a fading mural depicted a sacred ritual, binding the sable light's mysterious essence to the power of the crescent moon. The symbolism echoed deeply with the silver tattoo pulsing faintly on Eren's wrist. Eren recognized several ancient symbols matching those entwined in their own tattoo, linking them irrevocably to a prophecy forgotten by time. This revelation made the path ahead more urgent, the stakes profoundly personal. Without warning, the chamber trembled violently as bursts of sable light exploded outward, enveloping the room in blinding ebony luminescence. The overwhelming force threatened to consume all in its fissure of shadow and glow. Liara reappeared amid the tempest, her true form unveiled, a guardian entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of the sable light's secret cycle. Her emerald eyes conveyed both warning and enigmatic authority. She cautioned that disturbing the natural cycle, controlling the sable light, could bring about eternal darkness, a fate worse than the creeping void itself. Her words weighed heavily on their resolute hearts. Though Soren questioned Leora's motives and true allegiance, his connection to the obsidian blade and its hidden history told him there was more beneath her words. Suspicion and necessity intertwined in the dim light of their shared quest. Eren's visions grew darker, each one unraveling threads of disaster tied to misuse of the sable light. The glowing crescent tattoo pulsed erratically, warning of worlds shattered and balance lost if the power was harnessed unwisely. Suddenly, a subtle distortion warped the temple's very fabric, splitting their paths as if reality itself was tearing. The sable light flickered unpredictably, casting restless shadows that forced Aaron and Soren apart, testing their resolve. Soren found himself face to face with a mirrored figure, forged entirely from sable shadows and bearing his hardened expression. The obsidian blade's edge shimmered, revealing hidden truths as he braced for a confrontation beyond mere reflection. Meanwhile, Aaron wandered through a labyrinth carved from twisting sable light, moonlit echoes guiding their steps. Each turn revealed cryptic clues tied to the silver crescent, driving them toward a vital key shrouded in shifting darkness. Their paths converged just as the sable light began to collapse inward, threatening to erase the temple's existence. Together, they stood firm amid the increasing intensity, the ambient glow wrapping tightly around them. From the folding shadows emerged Leora, her emerald gaze steady and unsettling. She declared that only by uniting the crescent tattoo's power with the obsidian blade's essence could the temple be saved and balance restored. With unspoken understanding, Aaron and Soren combined their strengths, channeling the sable light through shared determination. The crescent moon tattoo glowed fiercely as the obsidian blade's reflection deepened, binding their fates. The sable light convulsed wildly, surging in response, but teetering on the brink of overload. Pulses of sable energy raced like wild tides, threatening to consume all else in their path unless controlled. Liara retreated silently into the shadows, her form dissipating as the sable light began to stabilize. The shifting darkness calmed, leaving a fragile peace lingering in the temple's core. Without warning, the ground trembled as the sable light condensed into a floating orb of luminous depth. It hovered between them, a testament to the balance they fought to preserve, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The orb's surface mirrored Aaron's amber eyes and Soren's solemn gaze, intertwining light and shadow in perfect harmony. It pulsed softly, echoing the temple's heartbeat and their intertwined destinies. In that moment, they understood the orb embodied the intricate balance between light and shadow, the sacred trust of the temple's guardians. It was both shield and key to a fragile equilibrium teetering on the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy form lunged to seize the orb, cloaked in sable and malice. But the radiant crescent glow flared, repelling the figure with an ethereal force that rippled through the temple air. Raising the obsidian blade high, Soren channeled the orb's radiant power, releasing a pulse that banished the shadow figure back into the void. The blade's edge gleamed with newfound strength, a beacon against encroaching darkness. Aaron's crescent tattoo blazed brighter than ever, its light syncing perfectly with the blade's obsidian edge. Together, their symbols intertwined, forging a potent shield of light and shadow woven from shared resolve. Gradually, the sable light softened and dispersed peacefully, restoring calm to the temple's ancient stones and surrounding shadows. The tension melted into quiet harmony beneath the watchful crescent moon. Leora appeared once more, her smile faint and enigmatic as she dissolved into moonlit mist. Her presence lingered like a whispered promise, a guardian watching from the shifting veils of shadow. Standing side by side under the tranquil crescent moon, Aaron and Soren bore the marks of their trials but held unwavering determination. Their bond had been tested and forged anew, united in guardianship of a powerful legacy. They vowed to protect the delicate balance represented by the sable light, prepared to face any threat that sought to tip its scale. Guardians not only of the temple, but of the truths hidden within shadow and crescent glow alike. Slowly, the temple doors closed with quiet grace, the sable light reduced to a faint and steady gleam that illuminated their oath. The sacred space breathed with calm assurance, shadows and light held in equilibrium. Time moved on as Aaron sat in meditation atop the temple's peak, the silver crescent on their wrist now steady and serene. Their eyes held a calm awareness, reflecting wisdom gained through trials with the sable light. At the temple below, Soren trained fresh guardians in the art of wielding the obsidian blade and understanding the lore of sable light. His teachings passed on the legacy of shadow and crescent symbols, echoing through coming generations. Unexpectedly, a gentle flicker of sable light danced across a quiet corner of the temple, a soft reminder of bonds forged and journeys endured. The subtle illumination hinted at a lingering connection woven deep within the temple's heart. Aaron felt a faint whisper carried on the crescent moon's glow, voices from distant realms or hidden truths yet to be uncovered. The call stirred their spirit, a reminder that mysteries still awaited beyond the veil of light and shadow. Soren silently sharpened his obsidian blade by firelight, preparing for challenges yet unseen. The blade's edge caught the dim sable glow, reflecting readiness and a steadfast commitment to what was to come. Deep within the temple's shadowed depths, an ancient scroll unfurled itself as if alive, its parchment glowing faintly beneath the sable light. The delicate script revealed forgotten truths buried by time, promising to unveil the origin of the enigmatic sable light. Aaron's crescent tattoo shimmered softly in response, drawing them closer to the revelation. The scroll spoke of a primordial being, neither purely light nor darkness, whose very essence created the delicate balance between the two. This entity existed beyond mortal realms, harmonizing opposing forces and ensuring the continual cycle of day and night. Its presence was woven into the sable light itself, an eternal testament to the unity of contrast. As Aaron and Soren absorbed this profound knowledge, the weight of their quest deepened. They understood their roles were not isolated acts of heroism, but pivotal links in an enduring chain of guardianship spanning eras. Their journey was a commitment to protect the fragile balance upheld by the primordial being's influence. In that moment, Soren's obsidian blade vibrated subtly, its edge catching flickers of the sable light's hidden depths. The blade now mirrored the primordial being's essence, reflecting a power both ancient and alive. This newfound resonance fortified their resolve, signaling the beginning of a transcendent alliance. From the temple's edges, under the gentle glow of silver crescent moonlight, Leora's presence whispered back into existence. Her emerald eyes gleamed with quiet certainty, offering cryptic guidance amidst the revelation. Her subtle influence became a beacon, illuminating the path the two must now take. Aaron's crescent tattoo pulsed in tandem with the blade, both infused with the rhythm of the sable light's essence. The harmonious thrum radiated strength, binding their spirits to the primordial balance. United in purpose and power, they felt the transformative energy course through their very beings. With reverence, they prepared the ancient ritual inscribed alongside the scroll's secrets. Sacred symbols were traced under the sable light, weaving a bridge between their world and the concealed realms beyond. Each movement of the ceremony intensified the bond, affirming their roles as guardians of equilibrium. As the final invocation echoed, the temple erupted into a serene blaze of pure sable light, immaculate and all-encompassing. Its serene glow cleansed lingering shadows and illuminated hidden corners alike. The ritual's success resounded through the air, signaling the restoration of profound cosmic balance. Now guardians of a tranquil world, Aaron and Soren stood vigilant beneath the shimmering sable light's gentle embrace. Their watchful eyes reflected readiness for the cycles to come, ever aware the balance must be maintained. In unity, they embraced the timeless guardianship bestowed upon them. Under the tranquil sweep of the crescent moon, the tale drew to a close, yet the echo of sable light lingered on. Silent and unwavering, it stood sentinel over the night, weaving protection through the darkness. Thus, the legacy of balance and light persisted, eternal and unbroken. The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. Almost, now, she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak, The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. "Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack." Mara smirked. "Nothing's impossible when time's on our side." With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. Under flickering streetlights, Clara Voss lights a cigarette outside the dim jazz club. Her breath forms a mist in the cold night air, the silver locket at her neck catching the faint glow. Inside, Anna Lyle sings a haunting melody, her auburn curls brushing a crescent moon tattoo that glimmers under the stage lights. The audience is entranced, shadows dancing along the walls. Clara's sharp eyes scan the room, settling uneasily on Vincent Hale at the bar. His scarred cheek catches the dim light as he nervously surveys the crowd, glancing over his shoulder. Vincent suddenly slides a folded note into Clara's hand, before disappearing quickly through a rain-soaked alley behind the club. The damp air swirls around her as the door slams shut. Unfolding the note, Clara reads a cryptic message about the Vale and a midnight rendezvous near the docks. Her eyes narrow, realizing the urgency hidden between the cryptic words. Pocketing the note, Clara fingers her silver locket, the cold metal grounding her resolve. The shadows under the street lamp deepen as her expression hardens. At the police station, Lieutenant Morneau frowns over a faded photograph of the city's skyline, rain-blotched yet familiar. He explains the unsolved disappearances with a stern voice, tension thick in the air. Clara exhales smoke from her cigarette, jaw clenched, promising Morneau she'll uncover the truth. The flickering bulb overhead casts long shadows on the worn walls. Later, Elias Crane emerges from the mist near the docks, his gray fedora low and gloves pristine against the damp night. His silent approach seems almost spectral in the fog. Clara approaches Elias cautiously, noting his cold demeanor and the gleam of his gloves in the muted light. Their whispered exchange carries weight, secrets hovering between them. Elias warns of unseen forces lurking beneath the city's surface, cryptically mentioning the Midnight Vale as something to fear. His words hang heavy in the chill air. Suddenly, a shadow detaches. Vincent appears, urgency in his whisper as he speaks of a meeting that could expose everything. The three share a tense glance, aware of the risks. From their hidden vantage, Clara, Elias, and Vincent watch as shadowy figures gather in a clandestine assembly near the docks. Blurred reflections ripple off the water, obscuring faces. Gunfire shatters the silence. Chaos erupts with frantic movement. Clara narrowly escapes amidst the turmoil, clutching a torn piece of fabric stained with shadows and rain. Back in her dim apartment, Clara examines the fabric's emblem by the fading light, a match to Anna's crescent moon tattoo. A chill runs through her at the unexpected connection. Anna confronts Clara, suspicion flickering in her eyes as she questions the emblem's link to her past performances. Her voice trembles with a mix of fear and anger. Clara recalls rumors of a secret society, veiled references caught in old jazz lyrics passed down through whispers. The city's darkest corners seem to pulse with hidden meaning. Vincent admits his past affiliation with the society, revealing its deep reach into city officials and even the police force. His tone is haunted, remorse threading each word. Clara's silver locket glints faintly as she recalls her father's mysterious disappearance years ago, a dark thread now entwined with the society's shadow. Determination steals her gaze. At dawn, Elias reveals a concealed entrance beneath the city, a hidden passage that promises answers. They plan their exploration carefully, the weight of secrecy pressing down. Descending into twisting tunnels, shadows strain into ominous shapes, whispers curling from unseen corners. The faint glow of the locket marks their path against the oppressive darkness. A sudden mechanism slams shut behind them, sealing the entrance tight. Trapped, the group clings to the faint light emanating from Clara's locket as panic stirs. The locket's glow illuminates cryptic symbols carved deeply into the stone walls. The group leans in, realizing the warnings etched in stone might hold crucial meaning. Vincent interprets the symbols as grave cautions, but Elias pushes forward undeterred. They uncover a hidden chamber, its air thick with decades of secrets. Inside, stacks of documents expose layers of corruption, officials entwined with mysterious disappearances linked to the secret society. The full scope of their enemies' reach becomes chillingly clear. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed through the tunnel, sharp and unyielding. Instinctively, the group melted into the shadows, blending with blurred reflections cast by flickering lights. Lieutenant Morneau's stern voice called out, slicing through the silence and betraying their hiding spot. Morneau appeared, his square jaw set rigidly as he demanded Clara hand over the evidence immediately. His tone left no room for negotiation, threatening charges of insubordination if she refused. The air thickened with tension, the flicker of cigarette embers nearly forgotten. Clara stepped forward, her eyes unwavering as she opened her coat to reveal her own badge beneath. Her voice was steady as she declared a commitment to justice that transcended mere orders. The silver locket around her neck caught the low light, a quiet emblem of her resolve. Morneau hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing his features beneath his stern facade. Before the standoff could deepen, a sudden structural tremor rocked the tunnel, sending debris crashing down and forcing them into chaos. Dust and shadows swirled as the passage partially collapsed behind them. Amidst the turmoil, Elias's gaze caught a faint glimmer, a narrow exit veiled by twisting passages. Without hesitation, he adjusted his gray fedora and led the group through the labyrinthine corridors. Their steps echoed faintly against wet walls, the silver locket and crescent moon tattoo glimpsed in fleeting reflections. At last, they emerged near the city's riverside, where shadowy figures in trench coats awaited under dim street lamps. The figures' silhouettes merged with the night, an ominous presence wrapping the group in unease. Clara's grip tightened on her locket as the moon tattoo peeked from Anna's wrist. A sudden pursuit ignited. Clara sprinted through narrow alleyways and darted across rooftops, expertly navigating the urban maze. The city's neon lights blurred in streaks as she clutched her locket, her breath sharp in the cold air. Behind her, footsteps faltered but never ceased. Reunited in a neon-glowing street corner, Anna and Vincent joined Clara and Elias. The group huddled together, whispering rapid strategies under the electric hum. The crescent moon tattoo caught fleeting glints from flickering signs, grounding them. Anna revealed a forgotten jazz recording, its crackling notes hiding coded messages about the society's covert operations. The melody intertwined with cryptic whispers, secrets layered beneath the familiar tune. The faded city skyline photograph lay nearby, a constant reminder of what was at stake. Listening intently, Clara decrypted the chilling phrase, "Veil lifted at last." The words hinted at an impending event that could change everything. Shadows seemed to lengthen around them as understanding deepened. Vincent leaned in, his scarred cheek shadowed under a street lamp. He warned of a clandestine auction where secrets, and more, were laid bare and traded like currency. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger just ahead. Clara infiltrated the auction disguised among the shadows, eyes sharp beneath her leather coat's collar. Her gaze locked on the organizer's emblem, a mirror of the insignia etched into her silver locket. The room buzzed with hushed bids and shifting alliances. She observed as live bids soared over incriminating documents, each coming at higher stakes than anticipated. The auction held more than rumors. It was a battleground where truth and deception clashed openly. Smoke curled upward, cigarettes burning down ever closer to ash. Suddenly, an unexpected rage shattered the tense atmosphere, chaos erupting. Seizing the moment, Clara slipped through confusion to snatch critical evidence from beneath watchful eyes. The silver locket pressed against her chest, a symbol of unyielding courage. Safe within a dimly lit hideout, the group pored over the decrypted documents, faces etched with growing dread. The revelations tied Elias's enigmatic identity to a sprawling web of citywide corruption. His perpetual gray fedora and gloves seemed to weigh heavier with confession. Elias finally confessed, voice low and remorseful. He was once a high-ranking society member, now seeking redemption for past sins cast in shadows. His admission shifted the fragile trust they'd built, the crescent moon tattoo a muted witness nearby. Trust shaken, the group debated fiercely, their breaths short in the cramped room. Clara insisted on confronting the society's leader face to face, unwilling to let shadows dictate their fate. Her locket gleamed softly, a beacon amidst uncertainty. A coded message led them to an abandoned theater, its curtains for years untouched and draped in shadows and mystery. The air hung thick with dust and forgotten echoes, the city skyline photograph tucked carefully in Clara's coat pocket. They stepped inside, hearts pounding against the silence. Within the theater's faded confines, Clara confronted a figure obscured behind a veil, an unexpected presence from her past. The face held painful memories, intimately connected to the lost photograph sealed beneath layers of rain and time. The silver locket lay heavy in her palm. Without warning, the theater was plunged into absolute darkness by a sudden blackout. Vulnerability wrapped tightly around them, breaths quickening in the consuming void. The crescent moon tattoo stole faint glimmers in the black, a silent reassurance. When the lights flickered back, the leader was gone, vanished into thin air. But a new clue lay in plain sight, pointing toward a rendezvous at the city's old observatory. The fractured reflections of the skyline danced over broken glass, the locket catching subtle glints. At the observatory, Clara stared into the fractured city skyline reflected in shattered glass panels. Each shard distorted the truth, symbolizing fractured realities and hidden fractures within the city itself. The silver locket hung steadily against her chest, unwavering amid broken truths. Inside, the group uncovered a detailed map outlining the society's insidious influence over critical city infrastructure. Lines and shadows intertwined, revealing the depth of corruption and control. Anna's crescent moon tattoo remained visible as they traced the dark web. A tense standoff unfolded as Morneau unexpectedly joined forces with them, revealing his own disillusionment and conflicted allegiance. His crisp uniform was now a symbol of rebellion, his square jaw set against old loyalties. Cigarette smoke curled around them, blurring edges between friend and foe. Together, they crafted a daring plan for a decisive strike during the upcoming city council meeting. The web of deceit strained under the weight of their resolve to expose it. Clara's silver locket gleamed quietly, the symbol of a justice ready to pierce the midnight veil. Detective Clara Voss stepped forward on the council floor, the weight of the silver locket against her chest, steadying her resolve. Her voice cut through the tense silence as she laid out the evidence linking the shadowy society to the city's corruption, each detail more damning than the last. Unbeknownst to many, hidden cameras streamed Clara's revelation across the city, broadcasting the truth to officials and citizens alike. Gasps and murmurs echoed through rooms and streets as the scale of the conspiracy became undeniable. The society's grip on the city began to unravel rapidly. As their supporters scrambled to escape, Clara's team swiftly sealed all exits. The growing shadows of panic were met with unyielding light, trapping traitors within their crumbling fortress. Lieutenant Morneau moved with calculated precision, arresting key conspirators amid the chaos. Quietly, Elias Crane stepped forward, gray fedora tipped low, gloves gleaming under the harsh lights, surrendering himself in a bid for redemption. On live television, Anna Lyle took the stage, her auburn curls catching the glow of the spotlight that revealed her crescent moon tattoo. Her hopeful jazz melody carried through the night, a soulful promise echoing beyond the unveiled darkness. Clara found herself at her father's grave as rain gently fell, droplets tracing rivulets on the weathered stone. Resting the silver locket against the headstone, she felt the weight of loss and the strength of purpose intertwined in the quiet moment. The city exhaled with cautious relief, the oppressive veil lifted from its streets and alleys. Shadows remained, but they no longer dictated the rhythm of the night, leaving space for a fragile peace to grow. Standing atop a rain-slicked rooftop, Clara watched as dawn stretched over the city skyline, the familiar photograph safely tucked deep in her coat. The sky's soft light promised new beginnings amidst lingering shadows. As the first rays illuminated the streets below, Clara slipped the faded city skyline photograph back into her leather coat pocket. It was a silent testament to the past she bore and the uncertain road ahead she was determined to walk. With a final slow breath, Clara exhaled a plume of smoke that drifted into the morning air. Clad in her leather coat and clutching her silver locket, she faced the emerging day, ready to confront whatever shadows still lingered. Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her efforts seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch, threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the event's unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious Tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. The wind hummed through the ancient maple grove as Alara stepped cautiously beneath the vibrant canopy. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, feeling the pulse of something far older than time itself. They say the trees whisper secrets to those who listen. A voice murmured behind her. Turning, Alara saw an old man with eyes like molten gold, his smile both kind and mysterious. "Are the whispers real?" she asked, her curiosity outweighing her fear. He nodded, gesturing deeper into the grove. "Follow me, but beware, not all secrets wish to be heard." The leaves rustled in approval as they walked, shadows dancing between shafts of fading sunlight. Suddenly, a soft glow emerged from a knotted tree stump, revealing a shimmering, delicate dragonfly. Alara reached out, and the creature landed on her palm, its wings casting prismatic colors. "This is Aelith," the old man explained, "a guardian of the grove, lost for a century and now found." The dragonfly's light pulsed gently, illuminating runes etched into the surrounding trees. "These runes tell the story of balance between our world and the enchanted," the elder said. Alara listened intently as the dragonfly's glow grew, weaving ancient symbols in the air. Suddenly, the grove trembled, shadows gathered, seeking to consume the light. "Hold Aelith steady," the old man urged. "Only pure hearts can protect the magic here." Closing her eyes, Elara steadied her breath and focused on the warmth of the dragonfly's glow. A burst of light erupted, scattering the darkness and restoring peace to the grove. The elder smiled, pride shining in his eyes as the dragonfly's glow faded to a soft shimmer. "You have awakened the grove's heart," he said. "Now its secrets belong to you." Elara nodded, understanding that some whispers are worth guarding and some magic is worth sharing. The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. It was past midnight when Sarah finally found the courage to open the old door in the attic, a door she'd never noticed before. The air that spilled out smelled of dust, and something colder, darker, breathing beneath the floorboards. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows cloaking the room. Whispers curled around her ears, unintelligible but insistent, drawing her deeper into the darkness. Her hand brushed something soft on the floor, a diary, old and leather-bound, trembling in her grip. Opening it, she found faded letters scribbled hastily, telling of a family trapped inside this very house, years ago, never leaving. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her, sealing off any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, transforming into voices, pleading, angry, lost. Sarah's heart pounded as a cold breath brushed her neck, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She remembered the last phrase from the diary, "Only the truth will free us." Clutching the diary, she spoke aloud, "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The voices overlapped, forming a story of betrayal, silence, and a secret hidden beneath the floorboards. With shaking hands, Sarah knelt and pried at the worn wooden planks, revealing a small, locked box. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it. Inside lay a tarnished locket and a faded photograph of the trapped family. She whispered, "I see you. I won't let you be forgotten." The atmosphere shifted. The room breathed easier, the voices softening into grateful sighs. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open, sunlight flooding in for the first time in decades. Sarah stepped out with the locket in hand, feeling the weight of the past lift from the old house. As she descended the stairs, the whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence. Looking back once more, Sarah smiled softly. "Rest now, you're free." Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. Sometimes, she said to the group, the best ideas come from unexpected places. The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Miso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, she felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. Tomorrow, Lena whispered, I'll start a new page. The alarm's humming was the only sound cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, team. The Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself. Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep! The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. Change of plans, he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. Package secured, exfil route. Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. Rooftop extraction ready, deploying zipline now. They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. We've got company. Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. Count on me to jack the system. Lights flickered and alarms silenced. Go, he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. A clean job, team, like clockwork. Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the Clockwork Caper would quietly echo through the streets. Smoke wreathed the crumbled skyline as Mara stepped over rusted debris, eyes scanning for any sign of life. Her voice was a whisper, barely heard over the cold wind. There has to be someone left. The city was a husk, but beneath its ashes, secrets lingered. Mara clutched a faded photograph, the edges worn, the faces smiling back from a world lost. Suddenly, a faint sound, a child's laughter, echoed from the ruins ahead. Heart pounding, she followed it through twisted metal and shattered glass. There among the shadows, a small boy emerged, wide-eyed and cautious. Mara offered a gentle smile. I won't hurt you, I'm just looking for answers. The boy nodded slowly, stepping closer, tugging a ragged toy behind him. Together, they explored forgotten rooms, discovering a hidden garden still blossoming against all odds. Sunlight filtered through shattered ceilings, casting patterns on the cracked tiles. Life finds a way, Mara murmured, hope stirring within her chest. In that quiet sanctuary, the past and future intertwined in fragile harmony. She knew rebuilding was impossible alone, but here, with this spark, anything could begin. As twilight fell, the boy led her to a makeshift camp, other survivors gathering cautiously. Eyes brightened at her arrival, whispered tales of hope and survival filling the air. Mara realized the city was not truly dead. It breathed in the hearts of those left. She raised her voice, steady and clear. We'll rise together, stronger than before. The community around the dying embers of the old world kindled a new flame. And beneath the shattered sky, the forgotten city whispered its promise of rebirth. The sun hung low behind ash-choked clouds as Mara stepped cautiously through the deserted streets. Empty cars lay abandoned, their doors ajar, echoes of a world that once was. Her scavenged backpack weighed heavy, every step a reminder of how long she'd been alone. A faint noise caught her attention, footsteps. No, just the wind playing tricks on her senses. Memories of laughter and sunlight flooded back, sharp against the gray silence. Ahead, shadows moved, a flicker of life in the ruins. Heart-pounding, Mara called softly, "Hello? Anyone there?" From behind a crumbled wall, a boy emerged, eyes wide but curious. Relief washed over her as she lowered her guard, offering a tentative smile. "I've been looking for others," she said. "You're not alone anymore." Together they navigated the broken city, sharing stories and hope in whispered voices. A distant hum grew stronger. The generator at the old community center still worked. They hurried toward it, drawn by the promise of warmth, light, and perhaps others. Inside, a small group huddled around flickering lanterns, faces weary but alive. Mara's eyes met theirs, a spark of connection in a fractured world. "We thought we were the last," she breathed, stepping into the circle. The boy squeezed her hand, a silent vow to rebuild, to endure. Outside, the sky lightened, the first hints of dawn breaking through the gloom. In the quiet moments before morning, hope returned like a fragile bloom. Together, they faced the rising sun, ready to reclaim their world, one step at a time. The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station, bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Alina felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Alina crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Alina placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Alina looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye, an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelet's engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. The evening fog curled around the old clock tower as Eliza crept closer, clutching the folded letter in her hand. Her heart pounded with every step. The letter promised a secret buried for decades, hidden right beneath the ticking face above. Old Man Grayson's cryptic warning echoed in her mind. Not all timekeepers guard moments. Some keep shadows. Eliza reached the iron door at the tower's base, her fingers trembling as she found the rusted key taped under the ledge. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that disappeared into darkness and dust. She took a deep breath and descended, the faint sound of the clocks ticking growing louder in her ears. Midway down, a glimmer caught her eye, a small leather pouch tucked into a crack on the wall. Inside, she found a collection of strange keys and a worn diary belonging to her grandfather, a man she barely knew. Flipping through, cryptic notes mapped a hidden compartment beneath the clock's mechanism. Her fingers quickly found the latch, releasing a panel that revealed a shaded alcove bathed in moonlight. Inside lay an old photograph and a delicate music box, its surface etched with a family crest she recognized. As she opened the music box, a haunting melody filled the silent tower, swirling memories of forgotten days. Eliza's eyes welled up. The photograph showed her grandmother, smiling beneath the clock tower, long before it was abandoned. A folded note inside the box read, "Time seals what the heart never forgets." She realized the secret wasn't gold or jewels, but the preservation of a family's love frozen in time. With a soft smile, Eliza wound the clock's mechanism to resume its silent vigil. The morning light illuminated the tower as she stepped out, the town oblivious to the quiet restoration. Eliza whispered, "Some mysteries aren't lost, they are waiting to be found." As the clock chimed at dawn, she clutched her grandfather's diary close, a new story just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, the clock tower kept its steady beat, a heartbeat echoing through the years. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. "We want sunlight." Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. "Who keeps mistreating the plants like this?" she demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit. Or should he say, the conspiracy? What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paperclips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. "All right, leafy masterminds," Tim said, chuckling. "What's the plan?" The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering. The spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even MS Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus, it leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. "Guess even office politics have a quirky side," Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. At dawn, Arius moved with focused grace near the ancient stone circle. His silver hair caught the first sunlight, shimmering as he swung his crescent-etched sword in practice. Each strike echoed the disciplined spirit within him, the crescent tattoo on his arm, a silent pledge to the coming trials. Inside the dim tent, Lyra traced the star charts with attentive fingers. Her emerald eyes flickered in candlelight, reflecting constellations mapped in secrets. The star-embroidered cloak around her shoulders seemed to ripple with unseen energy as she pondered celestial patterns. Eldrin stood near the village gates, his white beard stirring in the cool morning breeze. His golden eyes scanned the horizon, gripping the rune-carved staff tightly as if anchoring himself against an unseen force. He sensed the boundary's thinness, aware shadows gathered beyond sight. A sudden chill swept the village as a shadow darker than night crossed its threshold. Cloaked in midnight robes, Sable moved silently, melding with the shifting gloom. No one noticed the figure's passage except the veiled glint of menace cloaked beneath the hood. With the rising crescent moon swelling unnaturally large, whispers stirred among the fearful villagers. They exchanged anxious glances under the veil of twilight as the moon's glow cast elongated shadows. The night felt charged, as if the world itself held its breath. Arius's crescent tattoo glimmered faintly, a spectral light matching the moon above. His hand instinctively rose to touch the symbol, sensing a surge of energy coursing through him. The connection between mark and moon pulsed, a silent call to rising peril. Suddenly, Lyra's vision unfolded, a veil tearing apart to reveal a dark, writhing force. The imagery left her breathless, the starry cloak tightening around her shoulders. The revelation unsettled her soul, warning of veils unbound and secrets unveiled. Eldrin gathered the village council under the growing shadows, his voice grave with ancient knowledge. He spoke of a prophecy tied to shifting shadows and broken veils, a destiny threatening to unravel their world. The weight of his words settled like a stone upon their hearts. In the bustling marketplace, Sable moved unseen, planting a sinister symbol etched in shadow. Most missed the act, but the faintest ripple of darkness lingered where the mark was left behind. Suspicion grew, though no face could be tied to the unseen sowing of discord. Alerted by unseen danger, Arius drew his crescent-edged sword, feeling its latent power awaken. Pulses of energy thrummed through the blade, synchronizing with the glowing tattoo on his arm. The weapon was alive, ready for the encroaching threat. Lyra deciphered the ominous mark as a harbinger, the veil of Orenthal growing fragile. The star symbols in her cloak seemed to resonate with this truth, each stitch a reminder of their fragile defense. The veil's weakening signaled coming upheaval, demanding urgent action. Under the pale moonlight, Eldrin led Arius and Lyra toward the Forbidden Library. The ancient tomes awaited, holding secrets cloaked by time and shadow. As they approached, the veil surrounding the village seemed to hum, as if aware of their quest. Shadows warped and twisted unnaturally as they neared the veil-like barrier. A chilling breeze carried whispers of realms beyond, the boundary flickering like a fragile membrane. The trio stepped cautiously, senses alert to encroaching darkness. The veil quivered suddenly, thinning to reveal fleeting glimpses of a deep and desolate realm beneath. Dark tendrils writhed behind this fragile curtain, veiling an ancient and terrible power. Fear tightened in their chests as the boundary between worlds grew unstable. Fear rippled among the villagers, spreading whispers that the veil might collapse entirely. The ancient evil bound for centuries below threatened return, its shadows inching closer. Anxiety thickened the night air, veils no longer safe sanctuaries but fragile shields. Arius tested his blade against advancing shadows, sparks igniting as steel met intangible darkness. The sword's crescent glow clashed with shifting silhouettes, a battle of light against consume. Each strike pushed back malevolence, but at a rising cost to the warrior's strength. Lyra chanted a seer's incantation, her voice wavering yet determined to reinforce the veil. Unseen forces resisted, twisting the chant into discordant echoes. The veil's fragility fought back, straining against her desperate will to hold it intact. Eldrin recounted the legend of a lost relic, said to possess power to mend the torn veil. His golden eyes shone with urgency, recounting old lore masked by time. The relic was their only hope, a key to restoring the delicate balance between worlds. In shadows deeper than night, Sable gathered followers swayed by doubt and shadow's embrace. Their allegiance to darkness grew, spreading fear and discord throughout the village. The Veil's defenders faced a hidden threat within, veiled conspiracies weaving through trust. As the crescent moon waned swiftly, Arius's tattoo flickered unpredictably, its glow faltering. The unstable light mirrored the growing uncertainty surrounding their quest. The link between Mark and Moon wavered, threatening Arius's connection to the blade's power. Lyra's visions sharpened, revealing the relic concealed beneath the ancient stone circle. Shadows peeled back from the earth, exposing a secret long buried in hallowed ground. The path to salvation lay hidden under their feet, waiting to be uncovered. Eldrin warned that retrieving the relic required crossing the Veil's dangerous breaches. The realm beyond pulsed with hostile shadows, ready to consume the unprepared. Their journey promised peril demanding courage and unbreakable resolve. Without hesitation, Arius volunteered to seek the relic, guided by Lyra's visions and Eldrin's wisdom. His silver hair caught moonlight as he prepared to step into unknown darkness. The burden of hope rested heavy but resolute upon him. Shadows clawed from every corner as the trio neared the Veil's thinning edge. The air swirled with shifting darkness, veiling secret dangers just beyond sight. Together, they pressed forward, each step a defiance against the growing gloom. Suddenly, Arius confronted a shadow creature, a twisted test of strength and will. The dark form lunged, seeking to extinguish the light within him. Steel met shadow in a fierce duel where every strike held the fragile fate of the Veil. Lyra drew her star-embroidered cloak tightly around her shoulders, channeling its faint glow to pierce the dense darkness ahead. As the celestial light spilled over the winding path, hidden traps, barely noticeable snare wires and concealed pits, became starkly visible, preventing disaster. Eldrin raised his rune-carved staff, which emitted a radiant golden light that pushed back the encroaching shadows in a wide arc. Yet with each dispelled shadow, distant alarms triggered, echoing ominously through the silent forest and heralding unseen dangers closing in. Just as their progress seemed steady, a trusted villager, whom they believed was loyal, turned abruptly against them. His betrayal introduced uncertainty and forced the group to reconsider who among the villagers could be trusted in this fragile alliance. Emerging from the swirling mists, Sable appeared briefly, his hooded figure radiating menace and mystery. He delivered a cryptic warning before dissolving into the mist, leaving his intentions as veiled as the shifting shadows around them. Suddenly, the veil pulsed violently, shimmering and flashing to reveal distorted glimpses of otherworldly horrors lurking beyond perception. These fleeting visions unsettled the group, reinforcing the veil's tenuous nature as a boundary between worlds. During the chaos, Arius sustained a deep wound that caused the crescent tattoo on his forearm to burn fiercely and unpredictably. The searing pain was a stark reminder of the ancient power woven into his very skin. Lyra swiftly gathered her dwindling strength, focusing her energy through her cloak to heal Arius's injury. The effort drained her vitality noticeably, her emerald eyes dimming with the exertion, but her resolve remained strong. Eldrin examined the strange markings etched nearby and deciphered their meaning. The relic they sought lay hidden beneath the largest stone at the circle's center. This revelation offered a renewed sense of purpose amid growing peril. As they began to uncover the ancient stone, shadows twisted and surged around them, encroaching rapidly and threatening to engulf the fragile light they maintained. Doubt mingled with hope, as each shadow represented unforeseen danger. Before they could secure the relic, a group of Sable's followers emerged from the darkness, surrounding them and demanding surrender. A tense standoff ensued, the shifting shadows marking the precarious balance of power. Drawing deep from the ancient bond with his crescent-etched sword, Arius invoked the symbol's power to repel the advancing darkness. A crescent-shaped wave of light surged outwards, pushing back the shadowy threat and carving a brief sanctuary. Lyra's keen eyes caught sight beneath the largest stone of veil-like crystal, faintly luminescent and pulsing with ethereal light. Recognition dawned that this was the relic they had risked so much to find. Eldrin's voice lowered with gravity as he warned that to activate the relic would demand a sacrifice and a profound understanding of its true nature. Such power came with a burden far greater than any of them anticipated. A heated debate unfolded, tensions rising as each member weighed the cost of activation against the mounting darkness. Fear and hope intertwined, their conflicting desires reflected in the flickering shadows around them. Without warning, the veil tore open wildly, a jagged rift allowing shadows to pour through in overwhelming torrents. The barrier between worlds threatened total collapse, unleashing chaos upon their realm. Panic overtook the nearby villagers as they fled the spreading darkness, their long-buried fears manifesting into tangible, twisted forms. The forest echoed with cries and the rustling of desperate flight under the veil of night. Arius took the lead, his sword flashing beneath the waning crescent moon as he fought a desperate rearguard action. Every strike sought to hold the advancing horror at bay, his tattoo burning like a beacon of resilience. Meanwhile, Lyra spread her star cloak wide, casting a protective shield over the fleeing villagers. Each moment of defense sapped her remaining strength, yet her determination to safeguard the innocent never wavered. At a critical breach, Eldrin raised his staff high, chanting in an ancient tongue to halt the largest wave of shadows. Golden runes appeared on the staff, creating a barrier that held long enough to stem the tide of darkness momentarily. The veil's instability worsened, its edges fraying ominously and threatening complete collapse unless swiftly repaired. Time pressed heavily upon the group, the fate of their world hanging in precarious balance. Despite uncertainty, Arius gripped the pulsing veil-like crystal firmly, resolving to activate it and face consequences unknown. His crescent tattoo flared fiercely, signaling the merging of his life force with the relic's ancient power. The crystal blazed with intense light, weaving brilliant threads of radiance and shadow in a delicate dance of balance. This luminous interplay seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the worlds themselves, suspended between revelation and concealment. As the crystal's power surged, Arius felt his crescent tattoo ignite, binding his essence to the relic in a profound union. Pain mingled with strength, and the boundaries between self and artifact blurred in the swirling energy. Calling upon the stars for guidance one last time, Lyra's weakened form bolstered their fragile hope. Her unwavering gaze fixed on the heavens, searching for answers as her cloak dimmed, but her spirit held fast. With Eldrin's final ancient incantation echoing through the night, the veil's torn edges began to stabilize. The radiant light spread slowly, weaving a fragile harmony that held the dark at bay, setting the stage for the truth to emerge. The veil begins to reform, shifting in layers to reveal a realm where shadows and light coexist in a delicate harmony. Faint outlines of hidden figures flicker between the interplay of darkness and illumination, hinting at a world both mysterious and alive. Sable emerges once more, her midnight robes less menacing, now flowing with a softer light. Her voice carries a new purpose, revealing that her allegiance lies not with destruction, but with maintaining the fragile balance between realms. Arius approaches cautiously, his crescent-edged sword lowered in trust as he seeks to understand Sable's change. Through their exchange, he uncovers the origins of the shadows, ancient protectors rather than mere threats, woven into the fabric of their world's natural order. Lyra's emerald eyes widen as a stirring prophecy unfolds within her vision. The shadows and light must coexist to sustain the world's vitality, not one to erase the other. Her star-embroidered cloak seems to shimmer with renewed significance, marking a turning point in their path ahead. Eldrin, gripping his rune-carved staff firmly, nods gravely in acceptance. The ancient guardian realizes that their role must shift from imprisonment of shadows to vigilant guardianship, ensuring neither light nor darkness dominates unjustly. The villagers, once fearful, gradually embrace the presence of shadows as essential to their world's cycle. Families gather beneath crescent moons and shifting veils, learning to live with the twilight dances rather than resist them. Together, Arius, Lyra, and Eldrin form a new order, dedicated to preserving the delicate equilibrium. Their symbols, crescent, star, and rune, blend into an emblem of unity, standing as sentinel against imbalance and chaos. The crescent moon hangs calm and steady in the night sky as the veil settles into a harmonious shimmer. Shadows no longer lurk as threats, but flow gently alongside light, creating a serene tapestry across the horizon. The ancient stone circle, once dim and broken, is restored to radiant life. Its carved symbols pulse softly with magical energy, a beacon symbolizing the renewed covenant between the worlds of light and shadow. Standing at the edge of dawn, Arius gazes toward the horizon where first light pierces the balanced veil. Hope glimmers in his deep blue eyes as the new day promises a future shaped by unity and acceptance. In the village of Eldenbrook, a strange glow flickered one cold evening from the heart of the ancient forest. Leora, a curious young girl with eyes like dawn, couldn't resist following the mysterious light that danced between the trees. As she stepped beneath the gnarled branches, the light pulsed brighter, revealing a lantern suspended by a whisper-thin thread. "Who lingers here at twilight?" Leora called softly, her voice part wonder, part caution. The lantern hummed a melody, a soft vibration that wrapped around her like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a tiny figure stepped out from behind the tree, a sprite no taller than her hand, its wings shimmering with moonlight. "I am Elen, guardian of this enchanted light," the sprite said, voice tinkling like bells. "This lantern holds the last whispers of forgotten dreams, fading from the world as time passes." Leora listened, heart tightening, as Elen explained that without dreams, hope would one day vanish from Eldenbrook. "But how can we keep dreams alive?" Leora asked, longing to help. Elen smiled. "By sharing stories, lighting fires of imagination in every soul. The lantern feeds on the spark of belief." Determined, Leora gathered the villagers, urging them to tell tales and remember hopes, bright and bold. Night after night, the village square filled with laughter and stories, the lantern glowing ever stronger. The ancient forest seemed to breathe again, its shadows less ominous, its secrets weaving into the fabric of their lives. One evening, Elen whispered, "The light is growing, your stories have rekindled the world's magic." Leora nodded, her own heart alight with the ember of every dream shared. As dawn painted the sky, the lantern lifted from the thread, soaring above the treetops like a tiny sun. "Farewell, dear friend," Leora said, tears glistening. "Carry our dreams wherever you go." Elen winked and disappeared into the morning haze, the glow fading gently, but never gone. And from that day onward, Eldenbrook kept a lantern burning in every window, a beacon for dreams, whispered and cherished forevermore. Dawn seeps slowly over the village as Alara walks through mist-shrouded streets toward the silver tree standing firm in the village center. Its glowing leaves shimmer faintly, casting soft light on the earth-toned homes. The air holds a chill hinting at coming winter, and the village bell sounds a muted call to begin the day. Alara places her hand against the silver tree's sturdy trunk, sensing a subtle ebb in its hidden pulse. Around her, villagers start their daily tasks. Bakeries hum with fire's warmth, and children cluster by the edge of the market. Despite the routine, an unease tugs at the air, mirrored in the dimming glow of the tree's leaves. Tomas arrives quietly, clutching his worn leather-bound journal, his weathered face creased with concern. He speaks in low tones to Alara about the tree's fading light, noting its cadence has slowed and urging caution. Their shared worry sets a heavy weight between them beneath the soft silver radiance. Mira bursts forth, curls bouncing as she races toward Alara, breathless with news. The village bell failed to ring properly last night, its usual resonant peal broken and faint. Her freckled face reveals a spark of fear mixed with urgency, shaking the calm. Elder Harin gathers the villagers beneath the spreading branches of the silver tree, his voice steady though tinged with warning. He recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling danger when the tree's light fades, a sign of trials to come. The villagers listen closely, shadows deepening under the autumn light. Alara fingers the carved necklace hanging close to her heart, feeling a faint pulse that seems to echo the silver tree's flickering glow. The rhythmic beat is weak but distinct, as if the necklace and tree share a silent connection. This newfound link sharpens her resolve amidst growing uncertainty. Anxious whispers ripple through the gathered villagers as the silver tree's light dims further despite the rising sun. Leaves glisten less brightly, their familiar luminescence threatened by unseen forces. The village's collective worry deepens, faces turned upward in troubled hope. Tomas hunches over his journal, meticulously recording the changing patterns of the silver leaves and the flickering light. His thoughtful gaze notes subtle shifts and irregularities that deepen the mystery. Every detail might hold the key to the tree's faltering life force. While examining near the silver tree's roots, Alara and Mira discover strange, weathered markings carved into the earth and bark. The symbols feel old and warning-laced, stirring unease about what might be approaching. This discovery hints at a danger lurking just beyond the village's peaceful borders. A sudden, biting chill sweeps through the village, yet the air holds stillness as the silver tree sheds leaves silently. Their descent is eerie, lacking the usual rustling breath of wind. This unnatural falling deepens the villagers' dread, as cold shadows lengthen across the ground. Elder Harin recounts tales of past hardships when the village faced darkness and how the silver tree's power once saved them. His voice carries weight from years lived under its branches, reminding all present of resilience and hope. The old wooden staff taps softly as he emphasizes the urgency of their plight. Alara stands firm, the carved necklace gleaming faintly as she vows to restore the tree's fading energy. Despite murmurs of doubt around her, her determination radiates support and strength. She refuses to let the village succumb to fear or despair. Tomas suggests they seek knowledge in the village's ancient library, hoping old texts might reveal a path to healing. His practical, measured tone brings focus to their efforts, proposing a plan beyond mere hope. His journal is ready as they prepare for the research ahead. Alara and Tomas ready their modest packs to venture into the dusty old library, but Mira insists on joining them. Though warned of dangers and the seriousness of their quest, her spirited nature refuses to be left behind. Her curly auburn hair bounces as she hopes to contribute despite her youth. A fractured, faint toll issues from the village bell, as if its voice struggles to sound true in tandem with the silver tree's weakening glow. The fractured chime hangs uneasy in the autumn air, signaling worsening balance in the villaged heart. Shadows flicker beneath the tree, mirroring the bell's irregular rhythm. In the dimly lit library, Alara and Tomas discover an old, faded map suggesting the location of a hidden glade connected deeply to the tree's power. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale light as they pour over the fragile parchment. This secret place promises answers to the tree's mysterious decline. Drawn by whispered voices carried faintly on the breeze, Mira wanders outside alone toward the silver tree. The whispers seem both inviting and ominous, threading through the cold air beneath the glowing leaves. Her freckled face tightens in a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Ilara recalls a fragment of the ancient prophecy about the heart beneath the roots, said to be the source of the silver tree's life. The phrase lingers in her mind, holding intense significance as they search for a solution. Its meaning could hold the key to revival or doom. Studying the map closely, Tomas notes a pathway obscured by thick woods lying just beyond the village borders. The mapped route is barely visible, hinting at secrets hidden from casual eyes. This obscure path could lead them closer to the roots of their problem. Despite warnings from villagers about old forest dangers, Ilara, Tomas, and Mira resolve to enter the dense woods. Their footsteps crunch softly over fallen leaves, hearts pulsing with a mix of fear and determination. The journey marks a turning point from safety into uncertainty. As they proceed, tangled brambles block their way, only parting gently when Ilara's carved necklace emits a soft, steady glow. This unexpected guidance reassures them, illuminating the dark path with a pale light. The necklace's connection to their quest grows clearer with every step. Strange shadows flicker unpredictably among twisted branches, unsettling Mira enough that she clings to Ilara's side. Their forms shift in the half-light, cold and distant, breeding silent tension. The forest itself seems alive with watchful eyes. Tomas carefully records curious symbols etched into tree bark, matching the markings near the silver tree's base. Each carving deepens the mystery, binding past and present with uneasy links. His journal fills with sketches and notes, a record of ominous signs. A sudden gust of wind scatters Ilara's necklace from her neck, sending it tumbling into the underbrush. Yet it glows with irresistible light, guiding Mira through the tangled grove to retrieve it safely. This beacon amid danger renews their hope and unity. The group reaches a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight, revealing an ancient stone pedestal standing solitary. Its surface is worn, yet it radiates a faint power that resonates with the silver tree above. This hidden site seems a pivotal piece in their unfolding quest. Ilara's eyes trace the symbols engraved on the pedestal, their shapes mirroring those etched on the silver tree's bark and her own carved necklace. The patterns pulsed faintly with a familiarity that sent a chill down her spine, confirming a connection older than the village itself. With steady hands, Ilara placed her necklace upon the cold stone of the pedestal. Beneath their feet, the earth gave a soft tremble, as if responding to a call long awaited, stirring the air with anticipation. From the depths beneath the pedestal, a faint silver light began to emerge, hauntingly beautiful as it slowly brightened. Like liquid moonlight, it crept upward, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the glow waned, retreating as a shadowy figure materialized before them, blocking the path forward. Its form was indistinct, shifting like smoke, eyes glinting with ancient sorrow and authority. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice echoing like the wind through hollow branches. It spoke of balance lost and warned that to restore the silver tree's full glow, a sacrifice must be made, words heavy with unseen consequences. Tomas stepped forward, clutching his leather-bound journal filled with knowledge collected over years. He offered it solemnly, hoping wisdom could be the key, but the figure dismissed the gesture with a sweeping motion, unmoved. Undeterred, Mira bravely offered her own voice, suggesting a song might awaken the tree's slumbering spirit. Her youthful spirit filled the tense air with hope, challenging the shadow's solemn demand. The figure hesitated, the rigid edges of its form softening as Mira began to sing. Her haunting melody echoed through the woods, weaving delicately like silver threads between the trees, stirring something deep within. As her song rose, the silver light pulsed stronger, weaving through the branches and stretching like veins toward the village beyond. It was as if the forest itself was breathing again, alive with renewed energy. The shadowy figure slowly faded, withdrawing like mist at dawn, its presence replaced by a palpable shift in the forest's energy. Around them, the air seemed lighter, charged with the promise of healing and change. Elara felt a strange warmth beneath her feet, an awakening deep under the roots of the silver tree. The forest around them brightened subtly, leaves shimmering against the dimming sky, alive with magic and renewal. Guided by the now glowing silver light threading through the trees, the group hurried back toward the village. Each step carried a mix of urgency and awe as the forest's pulse grew stronger with every breath. Returning home, they found the villagers gathered anxiously beneath the silver tree, whose glow now shone faintly, a fragile beacon of hope. The anxious faces reflected both relief and uncertainty, awaiting the next sign of the tree's power. Elara climbed once more to the pedestal, carefully returning her necklace to rest directly on the tree's trunk. The precious carving seemed to hum under her touch, syncing with the tree's subtle shimmer of light. The silver tree responded immediately, its leaves shimmering intensely as waves of light radiated through the village square. The once dormant heart of the forest pulsed visibly, bathing all in a silvery glow that felt both ancient and lived in. A cheer rose from the crowd as the village bell, silent for days, tolled loudly and clearly once again. Its sound rang out pure and strong, carrying the message that balance had returned, at least for now. Elder Harin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the glowing tree. Though he recognized the restoration of balance, his voice was quiet but firm, cautioning the villagers that vigilance was still necessary in the days to come. Tomas documented the changing energy around the silver tree meticulously, noting patterns in its glow that shifted with each passing hour. His weathered face tightened with concentration, sensing that the story was far from complete. Mira shared her soulful song with others nearby, planting small seeds of hope in their hearts. Her voice carried the promise that the tree's spirit lived on not just in light, but in their voices and community bonds. Night fell softly, the silver tree pulsing with a gentle light that dispelled the darkness around it. The glow stood as a beacon of renewed life and strength, weaving a protective aura over the village beneath the crisp autumn sky. Days passed, and the tree's glow grew steadily stronger, yet Tomas noticed subtle cracks forming along the pages of his precious journal. These fractures whispered secrets, hinting at deeper mysteries and unresolved tensions within the forest's magic. Elara observed that her necklace now pulsed in perfect rhythm with the recurring toll of the village bell. The two beats echoed each other, as if intertwined by unseen threads, binding the village to the silver tree's fate. Mira noticed shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the forest, movement too swift and dark to be normal woodland creatures. The lingering threats whispered of dangers still unvanquished, testing the fragile peace they had restored. With focused eyes, Tomas examined the cracks in his journal and discovered hidden writings beneath the surface. The faint script revealed a troubling secret, an unresolved debt owed to the forest's spirit, a pact left hanging by generations past. Determined to understand, Elara confronted Elder Harin beneath the dimming light of the silver tree. The elder's voice fell low as he revealed the truth. Their ancestors had made a fragile pact that required periodic renewal to maintain the balance they now barely sustained. Elara stood beneath the silver tree once more, the weight of their earlier mistake pressing on her. She knew their previous attempts had only postponed what was truly needed, the offering that would satisfy the ancient spirit within. With a steadying breath, she began arranging new offerings, calling upon the wisdom the village still held close. One by one, the villagers gathered around the tree, their hands full of carefully chosen gifts, woven herbs, polished stones, and fresh harvest fruits. Each offering was a token of their dedication, a symbol of the bond they shared with both the tree and the forest enclosing them. The cold air buzzed softly with solemn promise and renewed hope. Mira stepped forward, her youthful voice rising amid the crowd as she led the ancient song. The melody carried through the crisp autumn air, weaving the village spirit directly into the heart of the tree. Around them, the silver tree's glowing leaves seemed to pulse gently, resonating with the chorus. In Elara's palm, her carved necklace began to glow fiercely, its silver light growing until it seemed to burn with a life of its own. She held it high, feeling the energy from the villagers' offerings and voices merge into a brilliant force. Slowly, the silver tree absorbed this collective light, its luminous leaves shimmering more intensely against the dusk. A radiant shimmer cascaded through the village, wrapping every home and face in a vibrant embrace. The silver tree burst forth with renewed energy, its branches alive and dancing with luminous vitality. Its presence now felt undeniable, a living beacon of strength and renewal shining bright against the encroaching twilight. The forest beyond shifted subtly, as though breathing in deep relief alongside the village. Shadows once lingering at the edges withdrew completely, replaced by a serene quiet that spoke of balance restored. Under the silver tree's steadfast glow, the land itself seemed to pulse in harmonious unison. Elder Harin raised his staff, his voice clear despite his stooped frame. He praised their unity and collective respect, reminding all that stewardship was not a burden but a sacred trust. His words carried the timeless weight of tradition, anchoring the moment to the village's enduring legacy. Meanwhile, Tomas carefully penned the night's events and newfound knowledge into a fresh, leather-bound journal. Each lesson was recorded with care, ensuring that the coming generations would remember and uphold the responsibilities that the silver tree demanded. His scars seemed less prominent in the steady candlelight, replaced by quiet determination. Ilara returned to the tree, placing her now glowing necklace gently among the highest branches where it caught the light. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a living symbol, a promise of hope, vigilance, and continual care for the land that sustained them all. The necklace's silver radiance blended seamlessly with the tree's ethereal glow. As dawn painted the sky in soft amber hues, the village awoke beneath the ever-strong silver tree. Its glow no longer a flicker but a permanent guardian, illuminating their homes and hearts alike. Life thrived here, bound by the strength of ancient roots and the steadfast bond of its people. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. Another night, another ghost, he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. Ilara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Ilara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Ilara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Ilara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Alara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Alara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Alara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Alara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Alara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Alara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Alara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Alara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Alara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Elara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Elara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Elara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Elara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Elara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Elara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Elara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Elara's commitment to her newfound role. Elara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Elara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Elara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Elara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Elara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Elara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Elara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Elara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Elara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Elara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, The grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. Another sleepless night, he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. A fierce storm drove Mira's small boat toward the jagged coast of an island that wasn't on any map. She clung to her oars as waves crashed, finally collapsing on the rocky shore, breathless but alive. The island was silent, except for the whisper of the wind weaving through twisted trees. Mira stood, brushing seaweed from her hair, spotting a dim light flickering through the dense forest. Curious, she ventured toward the glow, her footsteps crunching over dry leaves. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. A shadow slipped between the trees, eyes gleaming. Heart pounding, Mira remembered the stories her grandfather told. This was the lair of the island's guardian beast. But the light called her onward, promising answers tied to the legends she'd chased all her life. Deeper in the woods, she found a clearing where the light came from an old, intricately carved lantern hanging from a stone pillar. Beneath it, an ancient map etched into the rock, showing a hidden cavern beneath the island. The growl returned, closer this time, but as Mira reached for the lantern, a large wolf stepped into view, calm and watchful. She lowered her hand, meeting the wolf's eyes. Instead of fear, she saw a knowing spark, a silent invitation. Together, they made their way to the cavern entrance, the wolf leading confidently, as if this place belonged to it alone. Inside, tetrahedrons of light from crystals guided their path through twisting tunnels. At the chamber's heart, Mira uncovered a cavern of shimmering stones, their energy humming beneath her fingertips. The map revealed the stones held power to calm storms, why her boat had survived, why she had been drawn here. As she touched a crystal, the wolf nuzzled her hand, as if approving the island's secret keeper was found. Mira lit the ancient lantern again, promising the wolf she'd protect the island's secrets and respect its fierce guardian. The storm cleared, sunlight breaking through the canopy. The wolf vanished into the shadows, the island now peaceful. Rowing home, Mira smiled, knowing some adventures are not just about discovery, but guardianship too. The night was unusually silent when Lena stepped into the old house she'd just bought. Boxes scattered the room, but it was the faint creaking beneath her feet that caught her attention. "Is someone there?" she whispered, her voice swallowed by the shadows. Ignoring the chill crawling up her spine, she knelt down and pressed her ear to the wooden floor. A soft, rhythmic tapping began, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat hiding under the wood. The air grew heavier as the tapping grew louder, weaving into whispered voices speaking in hushed tones. Lena's eyes darted around the dim room, but she was alone, or so she thought. Suddenly, the floorboard beneath her gave way, and she stumbled into darkness. She landed in a cramped cellar lined with old boxes and dusty books, the whispered voices now deafening. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with ancient sorrow. "You shouldn't have come here," It crooned, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. Lena scrambled backwards, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The figure extended a translucent hand, beckoning her to stay forever beneath the floorboards. With a surge of courage, Lena grabbed a broken plank nearby and swung it at the apparition. The ghostly form dissipated into a cold mist, and the voices faded into silence. She found a ladder leading back up, pulling herself from the cellar's depths. As she emerged into the moonlit room, the floorboards creaked once more, but this time they were still. Lena leaned on the doorway, catching her breath, the house finally quiet after decades of secrets. Some houses hold onto their stories too tightly, she murmured, but tonight I've finally made mine. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying away the last echoes of restless souls. At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, it seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly, roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. Just a little further, she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. In the quiet village library, Ava studies an ancient map, the warm red light of sunset casting long shadows across the dusty pages. She carefully winds her bright red scarf around her neck, the fabric fluttering softly as a gentle breeze slips through the open window. At her feet, Keto, the mechanical fox with rusted bronze fur, twitches his ears with a spark of excitement. His glowing blue eyes shimmer as they fix on a peculiar marking revealed on the map, signaling a hidden path yet to be discovered. Elder Rowan approaches silently, steady with his carved wooden staff in hand. His silver hair catches the fading sun as he warns Ava in a low, grave tone about the perils that lie beyond the known horizon. Ava tightens her scarf resolutely, determination clear in her gaze. Keto circles protectively near her feet, his blue eyes glowing steadily, prepared to face whatever challenges may come. Suddenly, the skybound compass appears in Ava's palm, its soft, pulsing light matching the rhythm of her heartbeat. A breeze lifts strands of her hair while the crimson scarf ripples, as if charged by the compass's mysterious energy. With purposeful steps, Ava boards a small, weathered airship, the vessel creaking under her weight. From the deck, she waves goodbye to the village beneath a sky streaked with warm amber hues, the evening setting a hopeful yet somber tone. The airship ascends, drifting above clouds that puff like cotton below, and the village fades into a distant memory. Keto scans the endless horizon with glowing eyes, alert to any sign of danger or discovery. Suddenly, silhouettes of sky pirates' airships loom in the distance, their familiar outlines dark against the sky. Their leather goggles catch the sunlight, flashing menacingly as they close in with a chorus of raucous shouts. The pirates swiftly surround Ava's fragile craft, their patchwork coats billowing in the rising wind. They demand the glowing skybound compass, their voices harsh and commanding, eager to seize its power. Ava clutches the compass tightly against her chest, feeling its warmth against her palm. Keto growls low, his blue eyes intensifying to a fierce glow, signaling his readiness to defend. A fast-paced dogfight erupts, with clouds swirling wildly around them. The pirates weave aggressively through the sky, their ships threading close to Ava's airship in a dangerous dance of chase and evasion. The airship shudders as it takes damage. Ava's scarf catches briefly on a jagged edge of the railing, but she rips free, her grip unwavering. Despite the broken parts, she maneuvers adroitly to escape capture, heart-pounding. Inside the battered cabin, Ava spots a faded symbol on the map, an ancient floating island glowing faintly with mystical light. Legend says it holds answers about the skybound compass's true power and origin. Ignoring Elder Rowan's warnings echoing in her memories, Ava sets course toward the mysterious island. The compass's pulsing light grows stronger, its glow intensifying with every mile she travels closer. Elder Rowan's cautionary words resound within her. Opening the island's secrets could unleash unknown dangers. Yet her resolve hardens, knowing the risks but driven by a deeper purpose. As the airship nears the island, turbulent clouds whip violently around them, buffeting the vessel. Ava struggles to maintain control, eyes narrowed against the storm testing both her skill and courage. Keto's eyes flash rapidly as he detects the brewing storm approaching fast. The sky darkens ominously, with the first rumbles of thunder rolling like distant drums. Lightning strikes illuminate the island's towering ruins, casting eerie shadows against roiling dark clouds. The jagged structures seem alive, silhouetted sharply, promising ancient secrets and lurking peril. The compass spins wildly in Ava's hand, its bright glow revealing intricate symbols etched across the ship's dashboard. The mysterious instruments seem to awaken, reacting to the island's energy. Suddenly, a hidden mechanism on the airship activates, revealing a secret passageway descending toward the island below. Ava's heart races at the discovery, the path inviting yet fraught with uncertainty. Ava and Keto descend cautiously by zipline into the dense jungle, mist swirling thick and cool around them. Her crimson scarf flutters in the breeze, a vivid banner amidst the green shadows. They carefully navigate ancient stone paths, marked with glowing blue runes that match Keto's eye color. The mysterious symbols hint at a connection between the island's guardians and the mechanical fox. Without warning, sky pirates ambush them amid the ruins. Ava narrowly escapes through twisting corridors, her scarf snagged but holding firm, a symbol of her unyielding spirit. Keto uses his mechanical abilities to disable traps set by the pirates, his blue eyes scanning relentlessly for hidden dangers. Every encounter sharpens their bond and quickens their determination. Deeper in the heart of the ruins, Ava discovers murals depicting the skybound compass as a legendary key. The art tells of hidden skies far beyond their world, a secret waiting to be unlocked by the worthy. Ava hesitated at the threshold, the weight of Elder Rowan's warning pressing heavily on her. The words about awakening powers beyond understanding echoed in her mind, making her question the path ahead. Meanwhile, the sky pirates regrouped with renewed vigor, their leader's eyes burning with greed. They vowed to seize the island's secrets, no matter the cost, their ragtag crew sharpening their resolve under leather goggles and patchwork coats. Clutching the glowing skybound compass, Ava traced its light to a hidden mechanism that unlocked a radiant door. Beyond it lay a chamber filled with ancient flying machines, their forms bathed in ethereal light. Keto's glowing blue eyes flickered as he activated panels that began to hum softly, their pulses matching the compass's glow. Together, they bridged the gap between past ingenuity and present discovery. Suddenly, the cave groaned. A violent collapse severed Ava and Keto from the pursuing pirates. Dust filled the air, heightening the tension as they found themselves isolated within the island's depths. Among the flying machines, Ava found a weathered journal, its pages chronicling Elder Rowan's youth. The Elder's deep connection and pact with the skies unfolded beneath her fingers. Through the Elder's words, Ava learned to channel the compass's energy cautiously, mastering the art of safe navigation through uncharted skies. Each lesson illuminated the way forward, balancing courage with respect. Outside the chamber, the pirates began dismantling the island's ancient machinery recklessly. Their greed risked not only the ruins' collapse, but the loss of the island's secrets forever. Determined, Ava sprinted through the crumbling halls, her crimson scarf fluttering wildly behind her. Time was slipping away as she raced to halt the destruction. Keto, ever resourceful, conjured mechanical illusions that danced and flickered, drawing the pirates' attention away. Confused by the ethereal mirages, the outlaws faltered in their advance. Following the compass's steady pulse and Keto's glowing eyes, Ava reached the chamber's core controls. The ancient mechanism awaited activation, humming in harmony with the duo's resolve. Suddenly, the pirate captain burst into the chamber, his grip tight on his weapon. Ava's scarf caught again on a jagged edge as she dodged narrowly, evading capture by a breath. A tense standoff ensued. Ava stood grounded, the skybound compass blazing fiercely in her hand. Her gaze locked with the captain's, unflinching as the chamber's glow bathed them both. In a swift move, Keto leapt onto the captain, delivering a precise mechanical strike that disabled his weapon temporarily. The delicate balance tipped, giving Ava the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Ava activated the chamber's ancient machinery. Hovering platforms rose between them, their ascent blocking the pirate pursuit with a defiant shield. The ruins trembled as glowing runes flared, the island responding to long-forgotten magic. Slowly, the entire landmass began to lift, defying gravity to rise into the sky. The pirates scrambled to regroup, their skyships darting after the floating island with growing desperation. The mysterious ascent transformed the battlefield into a spectacle of air and light. With her scarf wrapped tightly, Ava climbed into one of the ancient flying machines from the chamber. She prepared to pilot it, determination radiating from her every movement. Keto's eyes glowed steadily, syncing with the compass's radiance as the flying machine stirred to life. Together, they took to the skies, ascending alongside the glowing island. They soared above the pursuing pirate ships, the radiant island behind them glowing like a beacon against the horizon. Ava felt the compass guiding her, a steady presence in the vast expanse. Unexpectedly, the pirate captain commandeered a rival flying craft, launching a relentless pursuit. The chase was on, the skies alive with tension and the roar of engines. Through dense clouds and shifting winds, Ava maneuvered with skill, her crimson scarf trailing vividly behind her. The engines hummed loudly as the chase unfolded in a dance of agility and resolve. With eyes fixed on the compass's steady glow, Ava navigated tight gaps with precision. The device's energy lit her path, guiding every daring move above the clouds. Keto detected a critical weakness in the pirate captain's airship, signaling Ava with urgent blinks. The mechanical fox's alert promised a chance to turn the tide of their perilous pursuit. Trusting Keto's warning, Ava triggered a well-placed trap that disabled the pirate captain's vessel abruptly. The chase ended suddenly, the threat momentarily quelled as silence fell over the sky. Back on the floating island, Ava carefully studied the skybound compass. With a steady hand and an eager heart, she unlocked the secret to commanding the skies safely, feeling the compass hum with newfound power. Activating Elder Rowan's staff beacon, a soft glow illuminated its carved wood. Ava shared her discovery, a wave of relief spreading through her voice as she reassured the elder that the skies were now secure. Around them, ancient flying machines stirred to life, gears turning and wings extending. Their silhouettes carved against the sunrise, these guardians were ready to defend the skies from any impending threats. With the crimson scarf fluttering boldly in the high-altitude breeze, Ava embraced her role as the island's protector. She stood tall and resolute, a beacon of hope and courage amidst the vast sky. Beside her, Keto nestled calmly, his rusted bronze fur reflecting the dawn's light. His blue eyes glowed softly, a perfect blend of contentment and perpetual vigilance. Not far away, island automatons surrounded the captured pirate captain. The outlaws' ragtag hopes were dashed as the mechanical protectors ensured peace with unwavering precision. A mysterious skyship approached silently, its unique silhouette cutting through the clouds. Elder Rowan descended, his wooden staff in hand, warmly welcoming Ava and affirming the hard-earned balance now resting upon their shoulders. Below, the village erupted in cheers, their voices rising like the wind that carried their joy to the heights. Watching the island ascend higher, they celebrated the dawn of a new era of harmony in the skies. Ava gazed toward the horizon, the compass firmly in her grasp. Ready for whatever adventures lay beyond, her spirit soared with possibility, eyes alight with determination and wonder. As Ava and Keto set their course across the endless blue, the crimson scarf fluttered one last time in the gentle wind. Together, they vanished into the vast sky, guardians of a boundless future. Evelyn Drake arrived at Greystone Manor, her red scarf fluttering in the cold breeze as the silhouette of the clock tower loomed overhead. The air held a chill, mirroring the unease she felt about the recent strange happenings reported here. At the doorstep, Thomas Hale greeted her warmly, clutching a stack of old letters he'd found hidden within the manor's vast library. His sandy hair was tousled, and behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the manor's secrets. Inside the grand hall, the clock tower's hands eerily stood still at 3:15, casting long, distorted shadows over the peeling wallpaper stained by time. The dim, warm light was beginning to fade, tension creeping into the corners of the room. Evelyn studied a faded photograph showing a family posed beneath the very clock tower outside. Her sharp eyes noted a missing figure in the picture, deepening the mystery that hovered around the manor. Without a sound, Mr. Grayson appeared, clutching his silver pocket watch tightly. His weathered face drew serious as he offered a somber warning about the manor's troubled past, his voice barely above a whisper. In the study, Evelyn uncovered a locked diary, its cover etched with a strange symbol that matched the border framing the faded photograph. The red scarf brushed against the diary as Evelyn held it, a silent signal of discovery. Thomas proposed they search the manor's grounds for the diary's key as the wind began to howl, rattling the old window panes. Outside, the clock tower stood silhouetted against a darkening sky, its still hands mocking the passage of time. As they reached the garden, Leela Crane appeared from the shadows, her mischievous smile breaking the tension. She claimed to have heard faint whispers near the old oak tree, which stood twisted beneath the looming clock tower. The group gathered around the ancient roots of the tree, where Evelyn's fingers found a hidden compartment. Within it lay an old key, its metal cold and ominous as the clock tower's shadow stretched across the ground. Suddenly, inside the manor, the clock chimed 3:15 sharply, its sound echoing through the halls despite being frozen for decades. The sudden noise startled everyone, plunging the room into a shadowy stillness. Evelyn opened the diary with trembling hands, reading aloud a cryptic entry hinting at secrets concealed behind the manor's very walls. Her red scarf slipped slightly as each word deepened their collective unease. Footsteps echoed across the floorboards upstairs, but when the group raced to the hallway, it was empty, haunted only by their whispered guesses and flickering shadows. The cold light from the window cast eerie patterns along the worn floor. Thomas discovered a hidden passage behind a grand bookshelf, its entrance marked by the same mysterious symbol etched on the diary and photograph. Dust swirled in the dim light, the air thickening with anticipation as the clock tower loomed outside. Evelyn hesitated at the passage, debating whether to proceed while her red scarf snagged on a protruding rusty nail, tugging her back to the present moment. Her sharp eyes scanned the shadowed corridor beyond as tension tightened. Determined, they resolved to explore the passage together, each step causing the manor to seem alive, exhaling shadows that grew thicker around them. Outside, the clock tower stood dark, the setting sun casting long shadows through broken windows. Inside the narrow passage, faded portraits clung to the walls, their eyes seeming to follow every movement with silent judgment. The red scarf brushed past a portrait's glass, sending a shiver down Evelyn's spine. Without warning, a gust of cold wind extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Evelyn's hands trembled as she relit the lantern, the flickering flame fighting back the oppressive blackness. At the passage's end, a creaking door slowly opened to reveal a dust-laden room crowded with forgotten furniture and memories long buried. Faint light from their lanterns danced over the faded surfaces as the shadowy atmosphere thickened. Leela unfolded a torn journal page she discovered among the debris, reading aloud a tale of betrayal that had shattered the family decades before. The words hung heavy in the air, deepening the sense of something lurking within the manor's walls. A sudden creak beneath Thomas's foot revealed a trapdoor, its edges swallowed by dust and darkness, descending further underground. The manor seemed to hold its breath as they peered into the unknown below. They descended into a chamber, adorned with ancient symbols etched into stone, where a goblet stained dark with age rested at its center. The flickering lantern light threw unsettling shapes, echoing through the silent room beneath the manor. Again, Evelyn's red scarf caught on a rusty nail, pulling loose a hidden drawer embedded in the wall. Inside lay a mysterious locket, its metal tarnished but intact, glinting faintly in the dim light. The group debated whether to open the locket, its weight heavy with possibilities. Inside, a miniature portrait bore a striking resemblance to the missing figure in the old photograph, suggesting hidden ties and unresolved secrets. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the underground chamber, extinguishing their lantern once more. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed off the stone, sending a chill through their bones as shadows danced on the walls. Thomas called out into the darkness, but only silence answered back. Fear mounted as the group pressed onward, each step weighed down by the manor's thickening tension and the unknown waiting ahead. Mr. Grayson's weathered face turned solemn as he confessed that he had known the manor's secrets all his life, but the weight of what might lie ahead filled him with dread. The silver pocket watch in his hand ticked softly, marking the uneasy moment, as if time itself hesitated alongside them. Evelyn tightened her red scarf around her neck, her eyes fierce with determination. "We can't turn back now," she insisted, driven by a need to uncover the truth hidden beneath Greystone Manor, no matter the cost. The group's flashlight beams landed on a wall inscribed with a cryptic poem, the faded letters hinting at a hidden treasure and a broken promise that haunted the manor's history. Shadows danced across the aged stone, adding a chilling weight to the verse. A creeping unease settled over them as they realized the treasure was connected not just to wealth, but to the manor's troubled past and the unrest still rippling through its halls. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the manor itself was warning them away. Suddenly, a noise rustled in the shadows, sharp and fleeting. Heartbeats quickening, they made the tense decision to split up, each searching for clues, apprehension growing heavier with every quiet footstep. Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something familiar beneath peeling wallpaper, an old family crest bearing the same emblem as the locked diary. Her red scarf brushed against the wall as she traced the faded emblem, a symbol connecting past and present. Meanwhile, Thomas's fingers uncovered a secret compartment hidden in the floorboards. Inside lay a blood-stained letter addressed simply to E, its ink blurred but the urgency unmistakable, sending a chill through the room. A startled voice called out, and Leela rejoined the group with wide eyes, claiming she had seen a fleeting shadow vanish down the dimly lit hall. Her mischievous smile faded, replaced by an ominous tension that warned they were not alone. Regrouping, the four pieced together their discoveries, the clues suggesting that the missing figure had been silenced in a tragic act tied deeply to the manor's secrets. The weight of that silence pressed down on them all. "Mr. Grayson led them to the manor's clock tower, revealing it had stopped exactly at the hour the betrayal took place, time frozen at that moment of profound upheaval. The silver pocket watch in his hand seemed to echo the stillness, marking a moment suspended in history. They rushed towards the tower, but the manor's walls felt alive, closing in as an unseen force barred their path. Shadows lengthened and shifted, turning the familiar home into a confining labyrinth of fear and resistance. Evelyn's red scarf snagged on a rusted hinge, and with a tug, the clock's hands trembled and began to move again. The slow turning of time seemed to unlock something deeper within the manor's heart as the mechanism groaned to life. As the clock struck 3:15, a concealed door creaked open at the base of the tower, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. The faint glow from their torches revealed dust motes dancing like spirits in the cool air. Carefully ascending, they reached a chamber filled with family relics and an ancient journal, the room suffused with a warm golden light contrasting the manor's usual shadowy gloom. Each object held whispers of a forgotten legacy. Evelyn opened the journal and read aloud a confession detailing a misunderstood sacrifice made to protect the manor's legacy from ruin. The words painted a complex picture that challenged everything they had assumed about the past. Suddenly, the chamber's light dimmed until only shadows remained, and an indistinct figure materialized, softly calling Evelyn's name. The apparition's presence was both unsettling and tender, as if begging for understanding. The ghostly figure gestured toward the journal before fading away, urging them to grasp the truth within its pages before it vanished into the depths of memory. The silence left behind was heavy with unspoken revelations. Thomas focused on the last journal entry and deciphered that the betrayal had been a painful necessity, a choice made to save those within the manor from a darker fate. The harsh truth settled among them like a fragile truce between past and present. The group, relieved yet contemplative, agreed to honor those sacrifices by preserving the manor's history rather than seeking retribution. They prepared to leave the tower, carrying with them a new understanding forged in shadows and light. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere had lightened, the once oppressive tension giving way to faint hope, though shadows lingered, reminding them that some secrets remained veiled beneath Greystone Manor's ancient stones. Descending the spiral stairs, Evelyn clutched a locket she had found earlier, now warm to her touch as if infused with the manor's lingering spirit. Her red scarf fluttered softly, a symbol of their ongoing connection to the house's hidden past. Back in the grand hall, the clock tower's hands now ticked steadily, marking the passage of time as the manor seemed to exhale a breath long held. The steady rhythm echoed a turning point, a present moving forward from a shadowed past. Mr. Grayson expressed heartfelt gratitude to Evelyn and her friends, revealing that the manor's legacy was now safe in their hands. The silver pocket watch gleamed faintly, a silent seal binding them to the manor's history and future. Leela discovered a hidden box tucked beneath the grand hall's floorboards, containing letters of reconciliation that bridged the fractured family history. The mischief returned to her smile, touched now with the weight of healing and hope. Together, they stepped out of Greystone Manor, the dawn casting warm sunlight over the once shadowed estate. As the clock tower chimed softly behind them, their footsteps carried the promise of new beginnings beyond the lingering shadows. Weeks later, Evelyn carefully unveiled the restored portrait in the manor's gallery. The missing figure, once obscured by time, finally appeared reunited with their family, completing the haunting image. Draped in her signature red scarf, Evelyn's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph as the room filled with warm light. Visitors arrived steadily, drawn by the story Evelyn shared with heartfelt passion and care. Each person lingered to hear the tales woven into the manor's walls, their curiosity kindled by the vibrant history now alive. Outside, the clock tower stood tall against a shifting dusky sky, sentinel to the new chapter unfolding. Thomas published an article that gracefully captured the mystery and its resolved secrets. His words painted a tale of redemption and hope, echoing through the town and beyond. His sandy hair catching the soft glow of his desk lamp, Thomas smiled, proud of the narrative they had brought to light. Inspired by their adventure, Leela founded a local history club with enthusiasm and a mischievous smile. Her braided hair catching the afternoon sun, she eagerly encouraged others to uncover untold stories buried in the town's past. The club meetings became vibrant gatherings where curiosity and friendship blossomed. The silver pocket watch, gleaming against the reception's polished wood, found a place of honor within the manor. It became a silent symbol of time and memory, its steady ticking marking moments both significant and serene. Visitors admired it, often pausing to reflect on its quiet presence. Evelyn's red scarf transformed into a badge of courage among the townsfolk, symbolizing their shared journey through shadows into light. The vibrant fabric appeared at community events and quiet moments alike, a rallying emblem of resilience. Its color stood vivid against the backdrop of healing and renewal. One evening, Evelyn stood beneath the manor's imposing clock tower, the shadows lengthening around her. The air pulsed with the convergence of past and present, the steady ticking echoing in her ears. Wrapped tight in her red scarf, she felt the weight and warmth of the journey thus far. A soft breeze stirred unexpectedly, lifting her scarf gently as if whispering a quiet thanks for the peace restored. The manor seemed to breathe around her, alive with a calm that had once eluded its halls. The shadowy light softened, embracing the night with a tranquil grace. Greystone Manor transformed from a place of lingering shadows to a beacon of stories, connection, and healing. Its walls, once heavy with silence, now hummed with laughter and shared memories. The clock tower, always watching, cast steady time over lives renewed and histories embraced. Evelyn smiled subtly beneath the watchful clock, knowing some mysteries endure beyond resolutions. These lingering echoes inspired those who chose to listen, weaving new tales beneath the ticking hands. The red scarf fluttered gently, a symbol of enduring hope and untold stories yet to come. Ella wakes as dawn breaks, soft morning light filtering through her curtains, casting gentle shadows across her cozy bedroom. The faint ticking of an old wall clock melds with the quiet beginning of the day. Max, her golden retriever with a small scar above his right eye, stretches lazily at the foot of her bed. He senses the morning stirring, his red collar catching the early sun. Ella draws aside the curtains to watch Willow Lane slowly come to life, the street bathed in warm golden hues. Leaves flutter softly in the breeze, and the neighborhood seems wrapped in tranquility. Sitting by the window, she opens her worn journal and scribbles her morning thoughts, capturing the scent of fresh coffee mingling with the crisp dawn air. The silver streak in her hair gleams as she writes. Max lets out a soft bark, signaling his readiness for their morning walk. Ella smiles and nods, rising to prepare for their familiar outing. She dresses casually, tying a scarf that catches the light just right, illuminating the distinctive silver streak in her dark hair. The morning glow fills the room, promising a new day. Outside, Mrs. Green tends to her garden, humming an old tune while bees buzz lazily around her sunflowers. The sunflower-patterned tote bag swings gently from her arm as she works. Ella greets Mrs. Green warmly, accepting a small bouquet of wildflowers offered as a kind morning gift. The air fills with the rich scent of flowers and dew. Max darts ahead, chasing a fluttering leaf caught in the soft breeze, his bright red collar a vivid spot of color amidst the greenery. Ella laughs lightly, following behind. They reach the neighborhood park, alive with the sounds of children playing and laughter, blending with the rustle of leaves. The morning light dapples through tall trees, creating patches of shade and warmth. Curious, Ella spots a mysterious envelope tucked carefully beneath a park bench, its edges worn. The sight draws her attention amid the lively surroundings. She opens the envelope to find a handwritten letter inside, its message cryptic but strangely inviting, hinting at secrets waiting to be uncovered. The paper smells faintly of old parchment. Intrigued by the letter, Ella resolves to follow the instructions it contains, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with cautious anticipation. Max watches her intently, sensing the change in mood. Max tilts his head, his expression reflecting both excitement and uncertainty as Ella shares her decision. The familiar ticking of the old clock seems far away now. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, they set off toward the first location mentioned in the letter, determination shining in Ella's eyes. The morning light shifts, warming the path ahead. Ella arrives at an antique bookstore, where towering shelves and the glow of warm lamplight create an inviting atmosphere. The scent of old books surrounds her like a treasured secret. She shares a silent exchange with the shopkeeper, who subtly places a faded photograph into her hand. The moment lingers with quiet significance. Studying the photograph, Ella recognizes a familiar street corner from her childhood, nostalgia mingling with a flicker of curiosity. Shadows lengthen gently in the fading light. Suddenly, a light rain shower begins, sending patrons indoors as droplets patter against the windows. Ella steps under a nearby awning, the scent of rain mingling with aged paper in her hands. As rain falls steadily, she reads further in the letter, discovering a hidden message that only reveals itself when wet. The words shimmer faintly, guiding her next steps. Max shakes off the rain and trots purposefully toward an old tree in the park, his nose to the ground. Ella follows closely, the damp air alive with fresh life. Approaching the tree, Ella finds a carved symbol matching one corner of the photograph, its grooves darkened by moisture. A chill of anticipation runs through her as she reaches out. Tracing the symbol with her finger, her touch causes a small compartment in the tree to unlock with a soft click. Her heart beats faster at the unexpected discovery. Inside the compartment rests a tiny key and a folded map adorned with intricate markings, revealing a path yet to be taken. The map's paper crinkles softly, wet from the rain but intact. Ella and Max exchange a determined glance, their shared resolve strengthened by the unfolding mystery. Together, they set out to uncover the secrets hidden within the map's delicate lines. Ella and Max follow the winding path, arriving at a closed gate overgrown with tangled vines and rusty ironwork. The morning light filters gently through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the ground as the old wall clock's ticking can be faintly heard. With a quiet click, Ella fits the tarnished key into the lock and opens the gate, revealing a hidden garden veiled in a gentle mist. The scene mirrors Mrs. Green's garden, but holds an air of mystery beneath the soft light of dawn. Near the center, a weathered bench cradles a faded scarf, its pattern strikingly similar to Ella's own style. The scent of fresh coffee seems to linger faintly, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Suddenly, a light breeze carries the delicate melody of a distant music box, its notes drifting through the mist like a whispered secret. Ella pauses, eyes closed, letting the gentle tune guide her steps. Following the melody, Ella discovers a small wooden box resting atop a moss-covered stone pedestal. The box's surface is worn smooth, but the red collar she sees on Max reminds her to approach with care. Opening the box, Ella finds a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their jagged edges hinting at truths folded away for decades. The wall clock's ticking seems to slow as the morning light brightens around her. One letter among them is addressed directly to Ella, penned in handwriting that stirs a familiarity deep within her. Her hands tremble slightly as the scent of aged paper fills the air. Her heartbeat quickens, memories long buried surfacing with the unfolding words. The silver streak in her hair catches the morning light, reflecting a moment of quiet resolve. Max barks softly, nuzzling her gently, grounding her amidst the overwhelming emotions. The music box melody fades, leaving the gentle ticking of the clock and the rustle of leaves. The letter hints at unfinished stories and a promise of reunion beneath the willow tree at dusk. The anticipation grows as Ella absorbs the weight of these revelations. With Max by her side, Ella navigates familiar streets bathed in the warm hues of afternoon light. Each step quickens with the growing anticipation woven through the soft glow around them. Neighbors pass by, some offering knowing smiles while others cast curious glances. The sunflower-patterned tote bags sway gently in the breeze, linking the community in shared secrets. At the willow tree, in the shifting light, Ella finds an old friend standing quietly, hands trembling with restrained emotion. The sun casts long, gentle shadows that seem to embrace the moment. Their embrace speaks volumes, years of emotions surfacing in silence, a bridge rebuilt with shared understanding. The ticking clock echoes softly as the gentle scent of coffee and earth surrounds them. Ella unfolds the letters between them, revealing intertwined tales of friendship, loss, and hope. Words flow like the melody of the distant music box, binding past and present in the glow of fading daylight. Together, they plant a small seed beneath the willow, a living symbol of new beginnings amidst the soft afternoon light. Max settles nearby, his scar gleaming faintly as the breeze stirs the leaves gently overhead. Shadows lengthen as the sun dips lower, deepening the colors around the willow tree. The old clock's steady ticking blends with the rustling foliage, marking the passage of time with comforting rhythm. Ella's worn journal opens anew, pages blank and inviting, ready to embrace stories yet untold. The silver streak in her hair gleams in the last light, a quiet witness to the day's unfolding. Max curls peacefully at their feet, serene and content amid the tranquil scene. The scent of sunflowers from Mrs. Green's taupe mingles with the cool evening air. Twilight deepens the sky to a velvety blue, stars beginning to twinkle like scattered notes in a silent melody. The gentle ticking of the old clock seems to soften with the arrival of night. Ella breathes in the cool evening air, reflecting on the day's mysterious discoveries and the threads woven through her heart. The soft glow of the setting sun lingers in her thoughtful eyes. Mrs. Green approaches with a gentle smile, her sunflower-patterned tote bag swinging lightly as she hands Ella a steaming cup of tea. Warmth spreads within, echoing the kindness in her eyes and the day's gentle light. They sit beneath the willow tree, sharing quiet conversation marked by gentle laughter and knowing glances. The music box melody feels just out of reach, a tender echo weaving through the night air. From Ella's bag, the old wall clock ticks softly, a steady reminder of the comfort found in returning home. The intertwining scents of coffee and fresh earth settle around them as the moment lingers. Ella closes her eyes briefly, savoring the delicate connection anchoring her heart and the promise of stories yet to unfold. The twilight sky above offers a quiet witness, stars twinkling obediently in the gentle night. As Ella inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of jasmine wafted through the air, suddenly unlocking a vivid memory from her childhood. This fragrance transported her back to a secret moment long forgotten, revealing a connection to her past she had never fully understood. In the flashback, a younger Ella and a childhood friend sat beneath the sprawling branches of the willow tree, sharing whispered promises and dreams. Their bond was tender and unspoken, sealed with hopes of a future where their differences would no longer matter. Awakening to the present, Ella grasped the true significance of the letters she had found. They were more than words, they were bridges to heal wounds left untouched. Understanding their power filled her with an urge to mend what time had frayed. Max nudged her hand gently with his nose, his warm brown eyes steady and reassuring. His presence was a comforting anchor, pulling Ella back from the depths of memory into the gentle morning light surrounding them. With renewed resolve, Ella made the heartfelt decision to reach out and reconcile with those she had once parted from. Embracing the future meant letting go of old grievances and welcoming the possibility of peace. Together with her friends, Ella began drafting plans to restore the hidden garden near the willow tree, transforming it into a shared sanctuary of growth and connection. The project symbolized new beginnings and the strength found in community. They organized a small gathering, inviting neighbors and friends to join in the celebration of renewal and hope. The gentle ticking of the old wall clock matched the anticipation that fluttered through Willow Lane as invitations spread. As dusk settled, laughter and music floated through the air, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns strung between the trees. The community came alive, united under the embrace of the willow's watchful branches and the warm morning light now fading into evening. Sitting quietly, Ella penned the final entry in her journal, capturing the day's unfolding joy and the healing she felt within. With each word, she closed a chapter marked by uncertainty and welcomed one illuminated by gratitude and hope. Night folded Willow Lane into a peaceful hush, with the willow tree standing tall and steadfast as witness to stories both past and new. Under the starlit sky, the gentle ticking of the clock and the lingering scent of jasmine promised that this